We're going to call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Venus Independent School District on June 17th, 2024 at 6 p.m. And we do have a quorum. And then if everyone will stand. Joe, will you lead us in the invocation, please?
Sure. Okay, great. Thank you everyone for coming. Just here at the beginning, we always like to recognize, and so I would like to introduce a couple of new folks that are joining the Bulldog family. And so we have Officer Getty coming to us as one of our new SROs. Welcome. Super excited for her to come on board. She's been working as an SRO officer from the elementary level up to the high school level, and we're just really excited about her being here. So welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything you want to say?
I'm excited.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Thanks for being here. Can we get a picture of you up here?
Okay.
Mr. Torres, that means you.
What?
You want all of us to stand by?
Do you want me in the picture? All right. Awesome. All right. Also, we would like to welcome another new member of the Bulldog family, and that's our new band director, and that's Mr. Peter Ward. Peter? All right. Super excited for Peter to come on board. He's been in band, I guess, almost 23 years, worked at the middle school, the high school level, as just a wealth of knowledge and experience, loves kids, and is very much a team player, and so we're super excited to have you on board. So welcome, Peter. Anything you'd like to say?
I'm excited to be part of the community and the district, and looking forward to meeting the kids in a month. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Peter. Welcome.
We'll go to item number 5, presentation of Mentor Cares program.
Okay, come on up. We've got Michelle Baggett here from Mentors Care. And so the floor is yours. We'll get your PowerPoint up here. And just kind of standing in for Mr. Blackwell.
No, yeah, push your button on your thing. Yeah. There you go.
It's all right. You're good.
Hi.
She came, I got a joke with you. She goes, I think I came in, did I not come into a closed session or anything? I was like, no, that was a budget workshop. So she walked right in.
Brian called me 2 days ago and said, I'm double booked, so could you fill in for me? So I said, sure enough, I'll be here.
All right.
My name is Michelle Baggett, and I have been with Mentors Care for 9 years. I started as the May Pearl coordinator when they started, I guess 9 years ago. And then as we grew, I moved into area coordinator. So I'm excited to be here tonight, and hopefully we'll be joining Venus this next year. But so what we are a 501c3 nonprofit that was started 16 years ago at Midlothian High School. Our mission is to connect high school students that are struggling and that are at risk of not graduating with resources and tools and mentors in the community to lead them to a purposeful life and to graduate. I'll tell you, most of our mentors say that they could have used a mentor when they were younger, which is why they sign up. And I think most of us who work for Mentors Care feel the same way, that we can speak into their life and show them that just because where they're at now doesn't mean that that's where they have to end up in the future, and that it's just temporary. And so the first year we started with about 25 students and 25 mentors back in 2009. And last year we served 700 students and had over 650 adult volunteers coming into the schools every week. And since 2009, 16 additional high schools have been added. Right now, we are serving 19 school districts across Dallas, Hill County, Johnson, every high school in Ellis County we serve, and we are also in a school in Abilene as well. The newest schools this year were Keene and Grandview and Hillsborough that were added to our schools that we serve. So how we do it, we provide a turnkey service. So once a contract is signed, we do everything from, we have a community engagement coordinator that goes out and he canvasses the area. We reach local businesses, adults, to get them plugged in to be a mentor. And so once those mentors have signed up, we send them an application, we do references, we do background checks, and they are also fully trained and signed a legal document as well every year. And so we also hire a full-time coordinator that's on campus every day from bell to bell whenever the kids are in school. And their role is to be there for the student. They are there making sure students are meeting with their mentor every day. They are there during the passing period for students. They provide snacks when kids haven't had breakfast, and really that just gets them in the door so that we can say hi to them, so that they have an adult that is making sure that they know that we're glad that they're there each day. We also we train, we vet all mentors, and so what it looks like is teachers will send us a referral for students that are at risk of not graduating. We use the state at-risk indicators, but we also have mentors care indicators as well, which is more on the line of divorced families, cutters, suicide, behavioral, drugs, alcohol, all of the things that are different from maybe not passing STAR, not passing a grade. We want to make sure that we're reaching those kids. We want the ones that are the most lost, the most hurting, the ones that are struggling, and they get referred to us. And so we bring them in. It is not anything that they're mandatory to do, but I would say 98% of students, when we tell them about the program, they are excited to join, because most of our kids do not have an adult at home that are plugged in. We do have some kids that have great families, and they're just making really bad choices, but the majority of our students come from broken homes and do not have anybody making sure they're coming to school every day. So they're skipping, they're not there, and our job is to make sure that they know that we're excited that they're there every day. And so they refer them, we interview them, we get a permission slip signed by the parent, and once that permission slip is signed, we match them. And when they start meeting with their mentor, we print their grades every week. So we're going over them. You know, parent portal parents usually aren't checking that, and so the end of the 6 weeks comes and they're like, oh my gosh, I'm failing. Well, we're reminding them, we're not getting onto them, but we're encouraging them and setting goals with them. And we have a curriculum. I'm really getting ahead because I know that we have a lot of things to do, but we have a curriculum that we use every week as well. They're called talking points. There's 28 of them, and they're geared towards why school is important, respect, self-esteem, how to go on a job interview, which I just saw a thing on social media, I don't know if you did, about college students that they did a report, and like 28% do not know how to have eye contact. A certain percentage brought their parents with them on the interview. You know, so we're teaching them these things as they're meeting with the mentor. Not only are we doing that, but we're meeting their physical needs as well. A lot of them are econ disadvantaged and they don't have everything to be successful. So we, you know, the easy thing is school supplies, you know, snacks, that kind of thing. But occasionally we have a student that wants to be in football and they just can't afford cleats. So we know that because we know the student personally. We provide the cleats. We have resources with every organization in the community. We find out they're homeless. We try to get them with, you know, Unite Ellis. They have resources. We have Adapt Texas. We, you know, the food centers. So we get them plugged in. We give them the resource if they need a doctor or mental health, that kind of thing. And we make sure that they have that. Also, we also do, we keep track of the students after they graduate. We like to connect them. Not every student is going to go to college. And we just know that. We push college, but that doesn't always happen. And so we've got really great relationships with Dart, DW, Gerdau, plumbing, these trades that really want to hire Mentors Care students, and we get them plugged in with them, and they're starting out at $15+ an hour at these really great trades. But even though we offer all of these resources, the magic is the mentor. I mean, whenever are you going to get 55 to 60 adults coming on your campus and seeing what the school is doing, buying into the school district, and they're coming weekly, every week, an hour a week, and it's always during a student's elective. We never pull them from one of their core classes. So what we're a layer of support. We're a place to go if there's a physical need. If a student's in crisis, they know they can come to our coordinator. We're not a counselor, but we work closely with the counseling department. We've realized that the counseling department is overloaded in most campuses. They do a lot of the academic side, especially Maypearl, Venus, the smaller districts. They're focused on the academics and they don't have a lot of time. And so we're another layer to, if a student has a crisis, if they've got a panic attack, we can let them come to our office and get them ready to go back to class. And if the need is harder than that, or we have to call CPS, we always work with the school district and keep that communication open so that we're working together to meet all the needs of the student. What we're not is we're not a place to hang out. If the student's ever in our office, there's a reason, and we always want to make sure they get back to class. We're not going to have them avoid, class. We are not a mentor to the family. We are directly with the student and the student alone. And we're not counselors, like I just said. We're going to work with the counseling department. The results, so we get all the students that are at risk of not graduating, and we're doing the stats right now for last year, but the previous year, 100% of our seniors across the 15 schools we were in graduated. 90% of all students earn the required number of credits to progress. 92% of all students met the 90% rule for attendance. 46% of all of our students were connected with resources such as food, clothing, counseling, CPS. And then all of our graduates, they are going into the workforce, military, junior colleges, and trades. And then almost every one of our students express interest in coming back and mentoring and pouring into another student. And like I said, increased community engagement into your school. So our principals, they say, Mr. Vercher, who was the Hillsborough principal this year, said, in a very short amount of time, Mentors Care has made a tremendous difference at Hillsborough High School. It's been very encouraging to see our community join together to reach the heart of our youth. Watching our mentors build genuine relationships while bringing a message of hope has been a game changer for our kids. And then the assistant principal of Red Oak said, our students feel like they belong here. And then our students help kids graduate that never would have graduated before. Our mentors say, knowing that my student now has a positive male role model has been amazing for me. Seeing the impact that I've made in his life brings me great joy. And then our students, Mentors Care has impacted my life in so many ways. It's given me a person to support my accomplishments and help me deal with problems of my past. The more time I spend with my mentor, I realize this is something I needed years ago. I was so excited to see my mentor again this year, knowing how strong our bond has been from the beginning. The opportunity to be in the program has been a blessing. The student says that he can communicate better. It's helped expand his mind, and he gives it a 10 out of 10. And this was a graduate. And he says that it helped him better his future. Once he took that step, it helped with the help of his mentor and the program. He graduated from high school, and he's in technical school. So each campus, the coordinator that is on campus, will have about a full caseload is 55 to 65 students each year. It is a growing, process. We have to get in the community and get the word out. I think it's more well known here in Ellis County. Well, y'all are in Ellis County, right? Johnson. It's expanding, sorry. I give Grandview a harder time than I give Venus just because we played Pee Wee sports, and y'all's reps are pretty good. I would say Grandview's not, but they're Johnson as well. So we're out getting the word out, and then we will get with the staff and let them know about the program and then get those referrals. And so we build, and it usually starts, mentoring begins on the first year about 6 weeks in. is when it starts, you know, moving. And then I think there's a video. Is there a video over there that's attached? It's just a few minutes, and it kind of will give you a really good visual of what the program is. No? Oh, there we go. Yeah, we might not get to watch it, I guess.
Without Mentor's Care, I probably wouldn't have finished high school. I would have dropped out a while ago, probably within my sophomore year, and would have tried to make it on my own in the world.
Life was pretty hard at home. My parents were always arguing. I ended up having depression at a really young age, and everything kind of spiraled down. I ended up going to juvie.
If I had not gotten a mentor, I don't know where I'd be. I'd honestly probably in jail because I was doing a lot of really bad things, hanging out with bad people.
I struggled with, I guess, communication problems with my parents at home and got in trouble a lot.
I struggled a lot with depression, and I did almost cross that line. And it was at that time where Mentor's Care came in, and I'll forever be grateful that you guys saved me. I was approached by Al Henley, who was the principal of Midlothian High School, and he just said, "We need a mentoring program. Would you help us get one started?" And so we just shoved a desk in the middle of a broom closet, and I started. And then it's just grown every year. Now averaging around 60 at each of our high schools. So 60 mentors meeting with 60 students on average at all 15 high schools.
Mentor's Care is a program that has made an immediate impact in our school district. One day last year, I walked into this very room, into the library here at Waxahachie High School, and I saw our mentors meeting with their student at our various tables. And it was a beautiful sight. I mean, you have folks who come from all professional backgrounds, police officers and city leaders. It's a game changer.
Us as guys, we don't want to talk about that stuff like that. But we got, it's kind of like another father figure in your life, It's easy to have somebody to talk to.
As someone that's been in the military for 13 years and being able to mentor my soldiers and Marines throughout my career, I know how impactful that it can be to be there for somebody, provide guidance even though I may not have the answers all the time. I can be a support system in some way or some fashion.
My mentor, she was amazing. She filled in this hole in my heart that I had of I've been home for so long. I strived for a motherly figure, ever, because I never had that. And she just kind of really filled that void immediately, the second I walked in, I was home,
Mentor's Care has helped me immensely by giving me somebody to kind of look up to a little bit. He's always kept me on track. That's helped me out even through the worst of my times. I don't even have enough words to describe him, to be honest.
It will affect our community because it allows them to see that they can be a great citizen as well as a great individual, which in turn makes our community better just from them understanding who they are.
Across the board, all of our students that participated in Mentor's Care last year, their attendance increased. They were more involved in school. Their grades went up. Every one of our seniors, and these are at-risk kids, every single one of the seniors involved in Mentor's Care graduated on time last year.
There's students that fall through the cracks, and I see those students coming and going. There's students that were just shadows months before, just walking around with no one paying any attention. Now they're lighting up because there's an adult who cares about them. So it's brought life to a population that was just existing before.
I feel like these kids just need someone to push them. They need that motivation. They need an adult that will listen and hear them out. And I feel like that's really what's the underlying issue. These kids just need somebody.
You're literally talking about 1 hour once a week
It's not a gigantic commitment. You go through a class that teaches you everything that you're going to talk about and kind of the parameters that you follow, and it will answer any questions that you have before you even start the program.
I had a teacher contact me last year, and she's been a teacher for 25 years, and she said, I've seen mentoring programs come and go, but this one has staying power, and we're just so excited you guys are here. I was an at-risk kid. I was lost. I didn't have good parents. I would have given anything to have a mentor when I was growing up. So it's perfect because the schools are saying, please come help us. We have a population of students that are really struggling. And so we just match those two together, and then the magic happens.
You wouldn't, 1 hour a week makes the biggest difference in the world. And our goal would be, once we have a student in the program, we would keep them with that mentor until they graduated, so that they would have that same consistency. But we'll take them freshman through senior. We would not turn any grade away. So does anybody have any questions?
So where do they meet, the mentor? Where do they meet with the student? Does it have to be a classroom? Like, does it need to have a closed door? Does it?
It's always on campus. When mentors are trained, they understand that mentoring can never happen outside of campus. That's how we're able to grow. All eyes are always on both the mentor and the student, and so there can never be meetings outside of campus. But it's different at every school, and it's mainly like the library or the cafeteria or a commons area where there could be a chairs or something like that. So it's just a semi-private area. Sometimes there could be 5 students meeting at one time. We stack it as best as we can, but sometimes there are multiple, so it's just anywhere on campus.
And then does the campus coordinator need an office?
Yes, every campus, they give us an office, the desk, the computer, and then we get our own office supplies and things like that. But it has to be kind of an office because sometimes students come in with situations that they need to talk about, and it needs to be a private area for them. And then an area where we can keep all their grades and the binders and things like that. So the coordinators, along with being there for the student, they're checking attendance for those that are meeting that day, making sure the student's there so that the mentor's not coming on campus and the student's not there. So they're sending reminders to the students to make sure they're showing up. They're sending reminders to the mentors because we want to make sure that we're not wasting anybody's time and that those mentor meetings are happening every week. And if they need rescheduled, then we do our best to make it work later in the week as long as it's during the student's elective. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Anybody have any questions? No? Okay.
Well, thank you all very much for allowing
Thank
me
you.
to come tonight.
We'll go to item number 6. You're coming up. Consider approval of Mentors Care program.
So good evening. As you just heard, a detailed presentation for Mentors Care. This is an item up for approval for the contract. So administration believes that the program will be a benefit to participating students at Venus High School and desires to engage Mentors Care to implement, maintain, and operate the program. We did receive an interlocal contract with Waxahachie ISD that encompasses the services that we would like to provide. It was competitively received through Waxahachie ISD, and we reviewed all. So you can see there attached is the interlocal agreement with Mentors Care based on the contract that we received. The recommendation is for $47,500, and the funding source is 289 Title IV and 211 Title I.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the Mentors Care program.
Okay, motion by Amber. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Kirby. All in favor? Motion carries. Go to item number 7, presentation of academic update.
Good evening. It is that time again. We are going to review our STAR and EOC results today for 2024. We are reviewing all results, so we're reviewing 3rd through 8th grade as well as EOCs, and we will also look at some kinder to 2nd grade data as well. So there's a lot of numbers, a lot of data. We're going to do it campus by campus, and then after each campus, if we have any questions, we can go over questions, and then the principals will also have some time to talk about some things that they've seen and some things that they have planned for next year. Oh, I have the clicker today. That's different. All right, so we're going to start off with the elementary. So we're looking at 3rd through 5th grade. All right, so for 3rd grade, we have math and reading. I put the key at the top for you. Red is did not meet grade level. And then the pink color is approaches, the blue is meets, and the green is masters. So everything is in red is do not meet, and everything not in red is approaches or higher. So I'll give you just a minute to take a look. And you'll see the percentages, and then right underneath it as well, you'll see the student counts. I know it's kind of small from where y'all are, but that's the actual number of students. All right, we also have, we've broken down the data for you in 2 ways. The first way is we've compared it to what we did last year in the same grade level. So you'll see in the first column that is, you have math and reading. That is what we did this year. That is our performance this year. So for example, at approaches or above, 53% of the students were at approaches or above. 19% of the student were at meets or above. And then 5% of the student were at master's grade level. And then for comparison, in the red column on the right side, you'll see what our 3rd graders did last year. Yes, for 3rd grade. All right, 4th grade. So 4th grade math and reading. These are our results for the 2024 school year. All of the graphs use the same colors. So again, red is your do not meets. And everything else is going to be approaches, meets, and masters. And then for 4th grade and higher, we actually have 2 points of data for you. So just like for 3rd grade, we do have the comparison this year to last year. So your first column is going to be our performance this year. Your second column is going to be our performance in 4th grade last year. So not the same students. That's the next slide. We have cohort data for you so that we can compare the same students as they move from grade to grade. Yep. So this is just 4th grade this year versus 4th grade last year. And then on the next slide, we do have the cohort data for you. So if you look at the far right column, that's this year's 4th graders. So you can see their percentages in both math and reading. And then in the middle column, this is what that same cohort, so the same students that were in 4th grade this year were in 3rd grade last year, and that's how they performed on the same content area STAR assessments last year. Yes. Yes, for math. And then for reading, they actually went up 8%. So same cohort last year, they had 60% that approached or higher. And then this year, that 4th grade class had 68%. So for the approaches or higher for reading, there was actually a net of 8%. And then for math, there was a loss of 19% for that same cohort. All right, next we have 5th grade. So for 5th grade, we have math, reading, and science. So 5th grade math, 5th grade reading, and 5th grade science. And here we have our comparisons. So first column is this year's performance levels, and the next column is last year's performance levels for the 5th graders as well. All right, and to wrap it up with elementary, we have the cohort data. There is no cohort data for science because that's the first science STAR assessment that they take. But for math and reading, you'll see that the far right column, that's this year's 5th graders. That's what they did in math. And then the last year's, they were 4th graders last year, so this is how they performed the same cohort of students last year. So you'll see in math, there is a net gain of about 15%. And in reading, there is a net gain of about 3% for approaches and above. All right, just a couple of points of data analysis. Some glows. 4th grade RLA, we improved 8% for approaches and higher. 5th grade math cohort, like I pointed out, we increased 15% for approaches and higher, and that's again the same students, their 5th grade year this year versus their 4th grade year last year. And then the 5th grade RLA cohort increased on all performance levels, so that's approaches, meets, and masters. Some grows, some areas for improvement, which Ms. Box is going to talk about in just a second. Math masters grade level, so we want to increase those students that can master grade level, specifically 4th grade math. And then the extended constructed response, which you'll hear a lot about tonight, that is the long essay on the RLA assessment, and that is on every RLA assessment from 3rd through 8th grade, as well as English 1 and English 2. It's depending on the grade level, it's worth anywhere from 18 to 25% of the assessment. So obviously focusing on that and making sure that students are prepared for that part is really important. All right, Ms. Bob?
Is that what's graded? That's a big controversy about AI.
Yes. This was the first year that they were using. They call it hybrid. They don't want to call it AI, but it's an AI computer graded model this year. So 75% of the students are graded on AI. So that is the first year, and we are doing all kinds of analysis already about the scoring, as well as the state has put out a lot of analysis as well, and then the superintendents. There's a coalition of superintendents now that have gotten together and are petitioning some information from TEA, so I'm sure we'll be hearing more about that.
Just for common information, can you share with us what the difference between AI grading scores were last year and this year?
Absolutely. So looking at the state for this year for just the essay, which the essay is worth 10 questions or 10 points, which is, again, anywhere from 18 to 25% depending on the grade level. And just for some context, this year in 3rd grade, there was about 46% of 3rd graders across the state that received a 0 on the constructed response. Last year was 20 something percent. So it was about half. I don't remember exactly what. 4th grade was almost 40% this year of students that received a 0 on the extended constructed response. And from 3rd through 8th grade, and then English 1 and English 2 as well, it ranged anywhere from 25 to 46% per grade level of students that received a 0. And last year we ran about half of that. Some of in some of our grade levels, we were way below state average on that, and in some grade levels, we actually were above state average. So we are doing all of that. That means going grade by grade level, actually reading the essays, looking at how they were scored, and seeing if looking at the rubric and seeing if we can get some more clarification on that for our purposes as well.
Okay, so some things that we have already put in place for the next school years, we made staffing changes across grade levels. We had 13 moves that we moved staff around in different grade levels to utilize their strengths and weaknesses across core curriculum. So we have already done that, and that is already in place. We're going to focus on personalizing instruction in small groups at all tiers, Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. And that will happen not only during whole group instruction, but during our whole school intervention time. And in 3rd grade, we actually added an additional 30 minutes of intervention time that will happen within their schedule on a daily basis. And 2 of our interventionists have also joined the 3rd grade team. So when we absorb those positions, we strategically put them on the 3rd grade team. We are adding AVID down to 3rd grade. Previously, we've only had it in 5th, and we started 4th last year. We're starting 3rd this year. In fact, we just started AVID training today in Dallas, and we had a team of 12 or 13 teachers that are there, and we planned for about 3 hours and put a lot of non-negotiables in place today for the upcoming school year and things that they want to change and add. We're also going to focus on multi-tiered system of support to meet all students. We did add creative writing within our rotation last year. This year we're going to add in the 7 mindsets as a rotation to make sure that we're hitting all of the students' social emotional needs, so that the teacher is not mainly responsible for that, but we will have somebody going through the 7 mindsets curriculum with every student in the building. And then we are also adding the RLA common benchmark assessments. We had been doing it in math, but we had not added for the reading, and we are doing that this year with TFAR. And then we also have a team of, I think, 9 or 10 going to PLC training next year, and we will actually have a PLC leader for each grade level for math and for reading, and then in 5th grade we'll have a PLC leader for science.
All right. If there are no questions for elementary, we are going to move on to middle school. All right. So now we're going to move on to 6th through 8th grade. The colors are the same. The data is going to be the same. So we're going to look at the same data points. So this is your 6th grade. You have 6th grade math and 6th grade reading. And then looking first at comparing this year's 6th graders to last year's 6th graders, you'll see the 23-24 column is our performance this year. And then our 22-23 is our performance last year for 6th grade. And moving on to cohort data. So your far right column is your 6th grade this year, the same performance levels that we just saw, and that's compared to those students when they were in 5th grade last year. No, because we did not have any that mastered, and we only had 1% that met. All of our students that passed approached. So we had 59%, if you go back to this one right here, we had 59% that did not meet. And then we had 39% that approached, 1% that met, and we did not have any students that mastered.
Can I say something? So top 40% this last year, they put in the legislative, the top 40% of 5th graders going to 6th grade were to be put in an advanced class. And so those 40% are not reflected there because they took the 7th grade test.
Yeah.
So that explains some of that.
Yeah, so your 6th graders, there was, I think, 35 of them, around 35 this year, that took 7th grade math. So you'll see their scores reflected in the 7th grade math scores, And then we also have 7th graders that take 8th grade math, and you'll see those scores reflected in 8th grade math. And then we have 8th graders that take Algebra 1, and those scores are reflected in there. So this is the actual test that the student took and not their actual grade level. We don't have anything like that for reading or RLA, but for math in middle school level, since that law has passed, they have to start 6th grade honors and move up. All right, moving on to 7th grade. So we have 7th grade math and 7th grade reading. And then looking at last year's data, you'll see this year's data in the first column for math and reading, and last year's data in the second column. So we do see a little bit of an increase in 7th grade math at approaches or above. We gained about 10%, and we gained 14% at meets or above for 7th grade math. And then looking at some cohort data. So the far right column is going to be this year's 7th graders and their performance levels. And if you look at the first column, that was how the same group of students performed last year when they were in 6th grade. All right, moving on. 8th grade. So in 8th grade, we have 4 STAR assessments. We have math, reading, and we have science and social studies. This is the first social studies assessment that the students take, and this is the second science one. So they take one in 5th grade, and then they take one again in 8th grade. So looking there, you have 8th grade math. You'll see your do not meet grade level, your approaches, meets, and masters, and then same for 8th grade reading, 8th grade science, and 8th grade social studies. Looking at some comparisons from this year and last year. Again, first column is going to be this year's 8th graders, and the second red column is going to be last year's 8th graders. So you'll see math, reading, science, and social studies for all performance levels. Yes, for 8th grade. All right, and moving on to cohort data. And again, there's no cohort data for science or social studies because they don't take a science or social studies test in the 7th grade. You can see 8th grade math and 8th grade reading, which is on your far right-hand side. And then the middle column, the red column, is the same students that were in 7th grade last year. So you'll notice that in approaches and above, we increased that cohort by 25%. So same students that took 7th grade math last year took 8th grade math this year. And then for 8th grade reading, those students, that same cohort increased by 7% for approaches and above. We also did increase in meets and masters for both. Right, a few points of data, some glows, so some things that we increased in. 6th grade reading, we increased in meets and masters. 7th grade math, we increased approaches and above by 10%, and we increased meets and above by 14%. In 8th grade math, the cohort increased 25%. So from those students in 8th grade, from what they performed in 7th grade last year. And then for 8th grade reading, we increased in both meets and masters.
Some growth for next year, some areas we want to improve on: 6th grade math, the extended constructed response on the RLA assessment on all grade levels, and then reading for all grade levels. And I'm going to pass it on to Ms. Buck so that she can tell you more.
All right. Some things that, oh, will you click me the next slide? Not that one. That's okay. Some things that we've talked about. Now it went away. Let me get mine.
I did not do that one. There we go.
Okay, we're gonna go with that one now. All right, some things that we've talked about specifically is, and it was mentioned before, the TFAR test. If you don't know, it's a system that they put out that where the questions look like star questions. And so we started that in math this year, but we will do it this year in math and reading. So once a month, those high level, those TEKs that are hit over and over again, we'll do a short assessment so that we can track how they're doing on those power TEKs month to month. And then we have the reading classes in 6th and 7th grade, and so we are going to make some adjustments into those and build some some writing stations in to address that extended constructed response. We have an empty classroom this year, and so we're going to have a data room that has the kids' picture with their information. That's where we'll have our data meetings with teachers on a weekly basis. We'll set goals with kids. Well, we'll talk about goals in there, and then as administrators, we'll go meet with individual kids and set goals with those kiddos. And so we'll redo our goals with kids once a month. STEM Scopes, one of the things we heard from our math teacher, STEM Scope is the curriculum that we use. They didn't feel like kids were getting enough practice. And so there is a skills practice book. And so we will utilize that this year to give them additional practice on concepts. So we talked a little bit just a second ago about the 6th grade because they're in the advanced math class taking the 7th grade test. And like she said, 7th grade takes the 8th grade takes Algebra 1. And so just a conversation, I think we need to look at that and how many of those kids were successful on the 7th grade test. I'll tell you, a lot of them were. A lot of them were all the way to masters on the 7th grade test. But this is the first time we've had so many because of the 40%. And so really looking at that and making sure that's the right decision. And then we are talking about, based on that data room and what we're doing with teachers, doing some mandatory tutoring as we're tracking kids that are underperforming where they should be, and maybe talking about using some of those Fridays for some tutoring time. Any questions? Okay.
All right, moving right along to high school. All right, so first we're going to take a look at our EOC performance. So we're looking at biology, Algebra 1, and U.S. history. Same format. Red is does not meet grade level. Your pink is approaches, your blue is meets, and your green is masters. And looking at some comparisons from last year. For biology, you'll see that we gained 6% from last year's students that took biology at approaches or above, so we're now above the 90 percentile. We gained 10% in meets and above. And then for U.S. history, we gained in meets and masters level as well compared to our students that took it last year. All right, for English 1 and English 2, so again, same format. You'll see your did not meet grade level, approaches, meets, and masters. then again, for comparison from last year, you'll see this year is 23-24. That's our performance levels for this year's English 1 and English 2 retesters. And then you'll see for compared against the students that took English 1 and English 2 last year. So we did see a significant gain in English 1 at all levels. Oh, sure. Oh, here? There you go. There we go. All right, looking at some cohort data. Cohort data in high school is a little bit harder because the students don't take all the assessments in the right order, but we can compare 8th to 9th grade because both students take a reading or RLA and a math assessment in the 9th grade. So you'll see this year's students that took Algebra 1 versus what they did last year on 8th grade math. And then you'll see this year's students that took English 1 versus what they did last year on 8th grade reading. No, it's not. So that's why we don't try to do biology to science. It really is. Yeah. And we have retesters. So it's for reference purposes only. All right, some glows and grows for VHS. English 1, we had our highest passing rate in 7 years, including pre-COVID. So that was exciting. We surpassed the state average in approaches at above, which we have never done. And then we doubled our students that were performing at master's grade level. And also we beat state average for our ECR responses, which was one of the only grade levels that happened with district-wide. Biology, we also have the highest passing rate that we've seen since before COVID. We met state average in most of the performance levels. And then U.S. history, we increased 7% in our master's grade level. Some grows to work on for next year, Algebra 1 for all levels. And then English 2, we would like to work on the master's grade level. And I will turn it over.
I'm just glad this slide didn't have any colors on it. So I'm going to start from the bottom and go up, okay, and I'll explain why. On the bottom one, we're going to continue with data trackers with common assessments to individualize instruction. I think for me, for us, I think that's the biggest thing, knowing where each kid is and putting a system in place to move him from where he is to the next. So for me, coming through RBL, which is now data groups, I think that's where we get our biggest bang for the buck. Knowing where the kid is, the teacher knows where the kid is, sitting down with the kid and then showing him where he is and what he needs to do to get to the next level. And then in the classroom, we have visual data trackers by classroom, first period, second period, third period, and it kind of becomes kind of a competition from one class to the other. The second thing is professional development, where we as administrators target the lesson cycle during our walkthroughs, as well as model for them, for our teachers during our PD. And I say that because those two are important. But what's going to become very important this year is that we target our special pops, because when you look at the data that Crystal went through, one thing that I look at is I ask for the special education and the emergent bilingual, and if you look at it, our Hispanic kids are moving, but when you look at the EB kids, they're not moving as fast. So when you look at the overall population, they're moving, but the SPED kids are not moving as fast. So that goes back to the individual kid. So we're going to visit with Ms. Petersay and with Ms. Roden to have some kind of joint PD to see what we need to do for those kids, because it's not only the SPED or the ESL, and it needs to be a two-way thing when they put them in that group, in that classroom. The next three I don't, well, I play a part in, but it's not a hands-on everyday kind of thing. So the English 2 and the English 2 pre-AP integrated writing workshops to increase the overall passing rate at the master's grade level. That was a shock to me because English 2 has always outperformed English 1. And when you break it down, it is the writing. So we need to write, but then we need to write with a specific focus there. The next bullet, specific target math professional development in collaboration with Algebra 1 for the higher level math teachers. And last, and it's always been on the list, but we're making progress this year, is more certified math teachers. Last year we had 1 certified math teachers, but it comes down to your system, putting a system in place that regardless of who you have there, they know the system, the administrator knows the system, and then the administrator is doing a follow-up, and then eventually the kids know the system. Now it's getting better because last year we had 1 certified teacher. This year we have 2.5 certified. We hired a young lady who is very experienced, and she's going to teach the upper level math. And then we have a gentleman who is halfway through his AC. And I want to mention that because when you work the system, 77% of his kids passed. So that's why I say it's 2.5. And then I have 2 interviews on Wednesday with 2 other certified math teachers. So we're going to keep on. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question on the visual classroom data trackers. What does that look like?
What it is, each teacher has all of their kids, and I don't do well in color, but I tell them they're going to have to do it in color. So what they do is they have red, yellow, and green. They're high, low, and medium. And it gets kind of tricky because when you look at our scores, you may have barely meets and you may have high meets. So you can't lump them all together. So the teacher needs to understand you need to show them movement. So they have them color-coded on each data point on each test that they give, whether it's a unit test or what do you call them? CBA. And the teacher has it. Then what they do is they put it up by red, yellow, and green on the wall, but they don't have the kid's name on it. So they have first period, second period, and then they kind of look and see which group is, and you can always tell which one's the honors. Yeah, and they compete against each other when they move that way. Yes, ma'am. Any other questions? Thank you.
Last but not least, we're going to look at some VPS data. We don't want to leave them out. They're just as important because they get to 3rd grade and affect everything that happens there. So looking at, these are K through 2nd reading results. So this is our end of the year assessment. So we do assess 3 times a year, beginning, middle, and end. This is our end of the year. So at the end of their kindergarten year, at the end of their 1st grade year, and at the end of their 2nd grade year. So reading, because we do have bilingual classes. Some of the students are assessed in English, some are assessed in Spanish. So it's broken down by language as well. So if you look at end of the year reading in English, for kindergarten, you'll see 20% are performing well below grade level, 13% are below, 36% are at grade level, and 31% are performing at above grade level. For 1st grade, we have 15% well below, 10% below, 42% at grade level, and 33% above grade level. And that is how they should be performing at the end of the year. So it does take into consideration that they're assessed at the end of the year. And then for 2nd grade, we have 29% well below grade level, 20% below grade level, 29% at grade level, and 22% above grade level. And then for reference as well, we have the end of the year reading in Spanish. So in kindergarten, 3% are well below grade level, 3% are below grade level, 30% at grade level, and 64% above grade level.
In first grade, 41% well below, 21% below, 19% at grade level, and 19% above grade level. And then for second grade, we have 19% well below grade level, 10% below, 39% at grade level, and 32% above grade level. Any questions there?
Do we have any account for why we dip so much from kindergarten to first in that well below?
I can attest for that. Several students don't come to kindergarten, especially bilingual students, and in first grade bilingual, I think we had 45 students with 2 teachers. And then so many are newcomers to the country, significant. Mid-year, so it's the biggest challenge is vocabulary. And then Crystal was correct. Some were assessed in English and some were in Spanish, so the data right there is not really genuine.
So we're saying the same kids who were assessed in Spanish weren't assessed in Spanish again?
No, they were assessed in the same, but some students were assessed in English and some were assessed in Spanish.
Some know no English, even though they're assessed in English too. So to get any data on them, you wanted to do their home language.
All right, moving on to math. So for math, we have in kindergarten, we have 12% below grade level, 51% approaching grade level, and 37% at or above grade level. And then for first grade, we have 11% below grade level, 52% approaching grade level, and 37% at or above grade level. All right, I will turn it over.
For clarification,
Mm-hmm.
curious. Okay, obviously below grade level is below grade level. Is approaching below grade level? Or what is approaching?
So these assessments, that's exactly like STAR as well. So when we say approaches and above, it's kind of confusing. It's confusing for parents because we have parents that student gets approaches and they think that their student hasn't passed or has passed. So these students that are even before STAR, those levels are made to mirror the STAR, the state assessment grade levels. So approaches is what the state considers that student is almost where they should be, right at where they should be, but in theory, or in practice, we want the students to be at meets grade level. That would be ideal, and then master's is even better. For many, many years, I don't know how many years, most of anybody who's in education knows that the state has said that approaches grade level is going to go away, that eventually they want to get rid of it. But they don't every year. And now they've stopped saying that. So now it has become truly our passing rate. And that's how we gauge if students have passed or not. Obviously, we want students to be higher. We want every student to be at meets or masters. But approaches is that's what the state says. So these K2 assessments, when we do the correlations, they actually have done linking studies. And they use the same terms that STAR uses so that when we look at these, we can track how students do as they go up as well.
So how do you perceive approaches? I'm trying to wrap my head around.
You're almost at grade level, but you're not.
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Passing.
Okay, but it's passing.
It's passing. Yeah, it's passing. According to the state of Texas, it's passing. They have passed for high school for EOCs. If they approach, they can graduate.
My question wrong because you gave me my answer there. I mean, because what I was asking is, is it, I asked it, is it at grade level or below grade level? Approaching. Because when I'm approaching something means I'm not there.
That's, yeah.
But basically, I should have asked, is that a pass or a no pass?
It's a pass. Approaches is pass, absolutely. Approaches is pass. We'll take anything approaches and higher. We want to move students up. So obviously we want them to be meets or masters. We want them to get them where they can go. But approaches is a pass. So all right, I will turn it over to other side, Dr. Morgan.
Okay, so you've heard from all the principals some of the steps that they're taking
on their individual campuses. And as a district, we're pulling really all of that together. A lot of these things we have already started or have in place, and going into next year, the goal is to really to strengthen, to tighten up, and to make sure that we are really, really, really monitoring and supporting Tier 1 instruction, which is that first whole group instruction, the instruction that every kid needs to get in that grade level. And that will come through the PLC process that we talked about a couple months ago. We're headed to that PLC Summer Institute next week. We're bringing a huge group. Half of them are teacher leaders, and so that will be very significant in their understanding of how we need to be planning for curriculum and assessments. And then also providing targeted leadership training and coaching. So not just assuming that, okay, they all heard it at Summer Institute and now they're going to go back and be able to do it at high levels, but to follow up with just ongoing training and then also coaching, where Dr. Torres or myself, we would go into a PLC meeting and watch what's happening and give that PLC leader or give that administrator feedback on what's happening, to just continue improving those systems. Like I said, instruction, we're definitely wanting to have a systematic support of Tier 1 instruction. So earlier this school year, the school board, and thank you again for approving a new instructional coach role. So next year we'll have 4 instructional coaches, which is the equivalent of 1 per campus. We are going to move them where they're most needed to best support teachers, but their main task this year is to support Tier 1 instruction, help teachers get better at delivering that instruction to students. We are also implementing a common instructional framework. So kids are hearing the same language from kindergarten all the way through high school, and teachers are using that same language, those same strategies. And so it's not a new thing every year, class to class, new ways of learning and doing. So we want to begin building that common language. And then that multi-tiered system of support we've talked about here and there, and with the addition of Ms. Petersay with special education, she and I are going to be working on making sure that all of our campuses, all of our teachers have what they need to really support the students who are behind. So those kids who did not even approach, a lot of those kids are what we would call Tier 3. They have significant gaps. The kids who are at approaching because they didn't quite hit what we would call that passing line, or the end goal, right? They passed, and Mrs. Camacho was right, they passed. But they need a little more support to be successful the next year. We would call that Tier 2. And so we want to make sure all kids get what they need. And then in that Tier 1 where everyone needs it, a lot of kids need things different ways. And so it's not just about making sure they all get the same lecture all at the same time. It's about making sure they hear it in the way they need to hear it to understand it, and then demonstrate that they can do the skills in a way that makes sense. And it also means targeting their social and emotional needs, their mental health. So we've been talking about adding the Mentors Care program. We're bringing in that T-Chat program to support students' mental health. We are using the 7 mindsets next year to really help kids build a better mindset, a growth mindset of positivity and accountability. So all of those pieces are all working together to better support our teachers and better support our students. And then you've already heard all of the principals mention things about writing, about curriculum, about formative assessments. And so those 3 pieces will be systemic changes district-wide. Are there any questions I can answer for you?
Oh, necessarily a question directly to you, just more to the principals. Does each principal, I don't know if y'all will answer individually, do you feel teacher turnover played into any impact on those scores?
I'm going to say for me, some, because we weren't able to fill some positions, but I had some significant absences with illness that I think played a role in some of mine, when I had teachers that missed 20, 25, even 30 days for absences. Legitimate absences, not just taken off. But I think that definitely affected both in my math and in my reading.
I think over the past couple of years, our scores have not grown as fast as I would like them to, because we hired several teachers that basically had just started certification and just did not have the training. And if you don't know that is very hard to jump right in and have that teaching pedagogy when you've never taken a class in it before. The 4-day week has helped. We were getting applicants quicker, and we're getting applicants earlier, and we're getting teachers who are certified and have been teaching several years, so that piece has helped kind of solve that problem. Also, I think I had, well, I know I did. I had 4 teachers who were out for significant health issues. One was out for 12 weeks. They were legitimate, I mean, had to have surgery, was in the hospital. There's nothing I can do about that. I did not have teachers just taking off to be taking off. The 4 that I had out were out for significant health issues, and that does play a part when you're not there.
And I will say, at least on my campus, those were not usually filled. So it was usually someone having to cover or 4 or 5 classes in the cafeteria.
I'm going to say yes and no. Last year at this time, I was trying to fill 24 vacancies. And I think, once you have that many vacancies, of course, it's going to put a hurdle, because even though you have a system in place, you're in a situation where you're retraining. So in that sense, yes, but especially in math. Math, I think if it was not for Miss Haddad, I don't know what I'd do. But you have put a system in place, and you have Miss Haddad. But math is kind of a special kind of thing, because some people know math and some people internalize it. And it's hard to find someone that can really internalize it and pass it on to the student. So in math, it's definitely causing me problems.
Well, I asked that question because you said you had like 2.5 certified math teachers in all of the high school? That was,
I don't think you only had 1 this last year, right?
Yes, I had 1 certified last year.
and that was just due to turnover. They leave and we can't find anybody to replace them, right?
In
So,
math, yes, sir.
And there was like a statewide shortage of math teachers this past year.
They caught on.
Secondary, it was secondary. It was really very just a weird trend.
So that's why you have to rely on that system. Are you gonna get a certified math teacher? So you have to go back and train that person, with the other people.
well, and my point was, I think they were pretty good considering the challenges that we face. Sometimes it's unique to Venus ISD and sometimes it's not, but I've seen the turnover through the years, so it's kudos to everybody for plowing through it's not all about the numbers. So, thank y'all.
If I may interject too, it's not an excuse, it's a reason. You can read the state data. Commissioner Morath was just out, I guess he released something yesterday. He's obviously disappointed. We've got a lot more work to do, especially in our math scores. My point is it drops across the state. It was predicted to happen. I've told this board right here that the test is different. There's a lot of changes. You always have a dip. It's not an excuse for us not to be there. Everyone's working very hard. We're working harder this year and smarter and systematically. And I'm hopeful that we're going to see some increases and some growth. We saw some lows and some grows. But like I said, not an excuse, but a reason to look around state, region, dips just across the board. But we knew it was going to happen.
Did you ask Commissioner Morath to stop messing with the system then? The 40%, and then you messed up everybody's scores because you took 40 of the highest achievers? So, yes, Mr. Morath, if you're listening.
Anybody else have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Oh,
there we go.
questions? Questions?
Any requests for additional?
Thank you. We'll go to item number 8, presentation of ESS substitute update.
All right, come on up, Mr.
you.
Martinez,
It
yes,
says you.
yeah.
Your name is on there.
All right.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Torres. I know the board has asked for some information regarding the ESS substitute system, and I know how these things can impact everything that our principals are doing, accountability. I have a lot of stories to tell on that too, Crystal. I mean, I've done her role before, and it's just kind of getting started. So ESS provided with some data as far as I asked them, they had sent some information. I said, I want to see a comparison of 22-23 at least to this past school year. So you'll see data from 22-23, and then the next slides will cover the 23-24 school year. So right here initially from August to May, these are what they put down as filled absences, unfilled, and their fill rate, which was 35% in 22-23. This is just overall, and then it breaks it down by positions as far as unfilled, filled, and fill rate. And I know key is always teacher and paraprofessionals because those are the ones directly in the classrooms with the students. Oops, this thing goes quick. And then
Sorry for interrupting. It
Yes,
said
sir.
we filled 26 of 75, 226. Are we subbing for 226?
So that was in 22-23. And it just depends on what personnel they are. There's some teachers that are on a 226. For example, your ag teachers, some strength and conditioning. And then, wow, this thing goes. And in the actual frontline absence management system, it still calls them 217, 226, even though they're now 202s and 190s, different numbers based on their workday calendar. The fill rate did increase somewhat to 37% overall in 23-24, but I did notice that on the teacher fill rate, it dropped about 2% to 40%. But some of the, and once again, having been a former accountability director myself and looking at data and analyzing data and breaking it down, I always look at root causes and try and look at it different ways. But what I noticed in 23-24 is the amount of absences, and even though the fill rate is still a little high, the amount of absences definitely decreased. And I think in a lot of cases we did have teachers that were legitimate reasons, things, sickness. Of course, since the onset of COVID, you never know now how that can affect health. So all positions, top 5 absences for this past school year. Local day, which is usually your sick, non-discretionary day, we had about 813 absences versus your gray, kind of grayish area down there, which are state personal days. Those are discretionary, basically days that I know I'm going to be out, so I'm asking for time out ahead of time versus local. And then you have school business, of course, and then people who just take leave without pay, either because they're out of days or they just choose to enter it in the system like that. So all positions, total absences by month, you can see there for the 23 school year. And then it's everyone on the top row at the bottom, and then the bottom row is teacher only. And once again, when I'm looking at this, I'm trying to interpret what months are we heavy in terms of absences. And also, I mean, I started my career in education as a substitute, and I know having to fill for people that there's some months that are just, have patterns of higher absences, usually right before winter break, right before spring break, and then right before the end of the school year is when you have a lot of absences. So you can see there how the fill rates looked. These are all positions as far as total absences by days of the week for the school year of 2023. And you can see where remember we were still in school on Fridays in this school year. And it seems like Fridays were your highest absence dates. and then school year 2024. Of course, these are Fridays. Fridays are still on there, but these are probably Fridays where we had like professional development or if we had to have school, and they were probably counted in there. But now note that Thursday now becomes the new Friday, where Thursday has a higher absence rate.
I'm sorry, again, did we get subs on staff development days? 'Cause
No,
according to-
that's what I just said, is there were some Fridays where people may have, if we had to work or the system just counted, that's going into frontline absence management. And so that was a question that I had too, because I know there was maybe one Friday I think we had to work, 1 or 2 Fridays.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's probably
And
what
there's
it's counting.
110 absences in 2 days? I'm trying to.
No, I exactly.
I asked for the information because ESS, I have an opinion about it. I'm asking because I want to make sure the data is real data, not canned data. So
Yeah,
thank you.
no, I understand.
I'm just, when I read over this,
Well, like, and if I had 4 out on, that were in the hospital and we had PD, then it's gonna show that it's an absence for that day, cause technically they were supposed to work.
I'm less interested in the number of absences than I am the number that are filled.
But this is just total absences, correct?
So-
This is just absences, this is.
Correct. Well, in the middle, it's filled.
ESS is telling me they fill 44 of them on
But
those
we did
2
have
Fridays.
some Fridays that the kids came to school.
Like if we were out on Labor Day, we worked on Friday.
There were 2.
Yeah.
So, all right, you can go ahead, I'll apologize.
More than 2, actually.
What did March? I think there was
I think there
3.
were 4, actually. Anytime we were off, we didn't ever have a 3-day week, so anytime we were off on a Monday, we went on a Friday, so it may be 6, actually, if we go back and watch, maybe 6.
That clarifies, thank you.
But those are questions that I look at too, and I need to look at that too. So all positions for the school year, and then it just breaks it down there in terms of 2023, unfilled, filled total. And then 2024. And what I noted is, once again, our absences have lessened. And I know that's not, looking at, well, but did we fill them? Yeah, we may have less absences, but we still have absences that we're not filling.
Is also in there as an absence, right?
Yes, any school business. Yeah, exactly. And I was like, why at the high school? Once again, what are your, causal factors? Yes. So what ESS has presented is that in the spring of 2024, we had 66 active subs. We hired 16 in the spring, this past spring, compared to last spring in 2023. There were 33 active subs, which I was surprised by. Of course, I wasn't here at that time, but I couldn't believe that we only had 33 active subs at that time. 10 substitutes deactivated. The principals, if they're having issues with substitutes, they call me and we look into that and we figure out if that person doesn't need to be at campus. But I also noted that we've hired a lot of people that were subbing with ESS as either paraeducators or in some other type of role with the district. And then ESS implemented additional recruiting and hiring support from corporate office, doubling out our monthly hiring numbers. And those were things that I noted in my time working with them. I had not worked with them before myself. And I specifically was asking them, how are you recruiting? Where are you looking? What is your process for that? And I had meetings with their representatives, and I talked to them about why are we getting these types of numbers, and they did start incorporating their corporate people into getting more people, trying to get them on board. And according to the goal here, that if we had 27 more active subs, that we would have an 80% fill rate. Their recruitment strategy would be landing pages specific to Venus jobs, post jobs on Indeed, Glassdoor, and Facebook, district social media page, putting flyers out, and signs, of course, using local businesses, and then new hire orientations and trainings and career fairs and military job fair. And then this is what their recommendations are as far as action plans or discussion topics. Possibly increasing the daily rate for substitutes, having a degreed rate, and then possibly implementing a tiered pay schedule. And then they listed some of the surrounding districts that use ESS and what their rates are, either for degreed, non-degreed, or certified and long-term. This is the cost analysis as far as what it cost, as far as if we were to implement the program and how much we have to pay them to implement the program. So basically, it's about a $14,000 difference in terms of the cost of operating the program.
So, go back, please. So if we dropped ESS, if we use ESS, the whole program costs us $75,000. Regardless of, was that? 87. Okay, yeah, 87, so 88,000. Whether
With,
we fill 10% or 100%.
Well, what I,
Excuse me, 102 if we use.
yeah,
ESS.
I was going to say 102 with ESS.
So it costs us 102, 375, whether we have a fill rate of 10% or 100%.
As far as the actual program cost, I'm seeing that, yes.
So,
Or we could pay someone
to do this and.
$88,000 a year.
And we would have a lot cheaper.
I'll take
Or
it.
we could pay them $60,000 a year and raise the pay rate. That was my, I super appreciate all the data that you threw up here, that you put together, but that's a lot of money for 30%.
Yeah, and like I say, it was my first time working with them. I had not worked with them before. I considered them in another district, but there wasn't enough there for me to go with them at that time.
There's a lot of criteria that they actually require you to do, and it's actually kind of ridiculous, because then they don't call you back. So when they say that they don't have enough people, I think they don't actually work their system the way they should. Because I know a lot of people that have applied for here and have never been called even to do the training.
When we talk about the program, I know Amber, I went and brought, because I feel like we look at ESS every single year. And back even before I joined the board, I went through the program, but they were requiring you to be like on the schedule for no less than like 6 days a month. And so that was really dequalifying a bunch of our applicants, because most people would have a full-time job or can sub kind of intermittently. Do we still have those restrictions? Do we know what the requirements are?
It's 10 days now. You have to say you're gonna work 10 days a month to work with ESS.
Because I know when we had brought it up before, we were told that we were going to be getting that prior administration, that we were going to have that restriction removed so that we could try to fill our applicant pool. So do we know if that was done? Is that still a requirement in place of our program?
That I do not know at this
Okay.
time.
As of March, it was still a requirement.
It was.
Because I tried to go through it.
Now, I will say, I've been in different districts where, just depending on the district, you also want to implement guidelines like that, because you want to have consistency in the people you can depend on. And if I'm just thinking, well, this person is putting in an application so that they can get unemployment, then I don't want to hire that person. I want to know, can I depend on this person for consistency to be there at least more than 6 days a month?
I agree with you. Some of us, though, work the same schedule that our kids work and can work 4 days a month because we're only working 4 days a week. And so I think when we put that restriction where we're having to work at 6 to 10 days, we want the applicant pool regardless. I think we weed those out in the process. But that was one of my concerns, is if we're at a point where we're not filling classrooms and we need some, maybe not that are going to be there all the time, but we know our spring semester, high school and middle school are struggling because our coaches are out.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have a different candidate pool for that. I just don't know that ESS is able to help us fulfill that need that we could probably source ourselves, because there are restrictions that I don't think we've really even dove into. Why are we not filling these? Why are we only, because we're almost doing it to ourselves by the program that ESS has designed.
Well, I've been in situations where I've hired 20, 30 subs a month, and I can't force them to come show up at school, you know.
We don't mean to put you on the spot, because I don't want to, it's not your responsibility, but, so walk me through the process. So I call in sick right now for tomorrow. So there's plenty of time to get a sub. What happens next? I call in sick, I put it into
Frontline.
Frontline then enters the absence, the program does. Frontline then calls. Frontline then does everything, all the research I've done, Frontline does this, and this. I'm not really even seeing what ESS does,
So-
besides the hiring process.
That's what they do, the hiring process.
They
and then-
do, and then, so I was with ESS in Mansfield, I just did this last year. So they send out a phone call, and the phone call goes through, and it starts out about 9 o'clock, and then you get it twice.
But Frontline sends that.
No, it's from ESS. And then you go onto ESS's their landing page, and you can click on the jobs that you want to take. And then that's all you do. They don't do anything else. They don't make phone calls or anything like that after that.
And what I do know that ESS can offer or does offer, for example, insurance, and they offer gift cards and things like that to their staff. They do try to incentivize, but there's other programs to look at too. And yes, there's in-house also too, and I've done that before too.
And maybe the answer doesn't have to be go in-house. There's got to be another sub-program out there that, I mean, maybe that's just the state of the times. I don't know, but you know, I'm looking at that number right there. When I saw that number, I thought that's an administrator salary. You're paying somebody. We're going to pay somebody in some cases $15,000 more than a principal, not an assistant principal, a principal, and we would still make money off the deal. That's if you hired somebody as a paraprofessional, somebody to do it, you could do that for substantially cheaper. But
they're probably, they're doing the payroll for them, right? They're
They're
carrying
doing-
the
they're
workers'
doing the-
comp
they're doing
insurance
the
for
payroll,
them.
they're
They're
doing the
carrying
workers'
all
comp,
of those other costs
health
too.
insurance.
So a markup of 16% is really not that much.
We'd probably still be spending that money in some form or fashion on just, because a lot of that is just trying to get the subs here, recruit them, those things like that. But
now
yes.
that's the importance of an org chart, of knowing exactly what positions we have, at what salaries we have, that do what jobs. And we have some positions that wear 7 hats, and we have some positions that wear 1 hat. And looking at their salaries, there are people in our administrative realm that could do substitutes. It's just a matter of
But for this presentation now, did you have any more?
No,
Did you
ma'am.
have more slides?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay. Did we have any questions regarding this right now? Any other questions?
Is this something that we want to put back on the agenda to discuss again?
Yeah, I think so, yes. Yeah.
And who are the wolves? Did I miss that?
If I could also, just as we move forward, I know, put my principal hat on, there's a lot of different ways to do it. When you go back in-house, and correct me if I'm wrong, principals, if I were to ask each one of you how you handle subs each morning, the night before, when they come in, it does put a lot of control back on the campuses. It also is, I would deem also more work going back on, you working with your folks and making sure, I don't know if it's the secretary that calls, that reads the system. I am used to it being in-house. That's been my experience, and not outsourcing like with ESS. But I do know that since COVID and you see some other districts here that are staying with them. I think a phone call to Laredo, Mansfield, some of these other sister districts that are even are close to our size, and seeing, you know, are they staying with them? Why are they not? But I think from campus principals as well as my experience would think that would also, you know, give you a little bit more control as well. of
Why
being
would
able
that
to
fall
handle
back
that.
on the campuses?
Well, from the very, let's say a teacher calls in the last minute, I mean, it's gonna get relayed from here to the campus principal. They're gonna need to know, I'm out sick, I need someone to cover my class. I mean, that would fall back on, go ahead.
I mean, we do that anyway. I mean, I get up at 4 every morning to do subs or coverage. I mean, that's.
Right.
That's the first thing I look at before I get out of bed, is how many subs.
I just have a question though.
Yep.
Since you, Amber, since you worked for ESS.
So, yeah, no, you don't have to.
If you go in, somebody else could have already picked it up.
Yes.
So if nobody picks it up, does it call back out again?
No.
Because what we're hearing from we would have a sub come in and we would say, oh, we wish you would have come XYZ days if we would have had a phone number for you, maybe somebody new is coming. Well, they said, we haven't gotten any calls from ESS or Venus at all. And I'm like, we've had open sub jobs.
So on the spot that I was on, I could actually see Mansfield, Kennedale, and Everman. Those are the ones that I just put that I could. But it's not on there. It wasn't on, I didn't ever see Venus. I couldn't even click to be on Venus's site.
And then also, and I don't know if it's. There used to be a system where you called in and then it would, like here at the school district, and then it would automatically call out. And then what would happen is whenever if a sub didn't pick it up or whatever, then the secretaries would usually call because they would have built those relationships with the subs. And I don't know what the fill rate, and I don't even know if it would be apples to apples now, but what the fill rate was when we were doing it in-house versus with them. But it kind of sounds to me like they're not pushing for Venus. It seems like they maybe have some bigger school districts and that's who they're trying to push to get people, and maybe that's who they're more
So do y'all have more success filling your positions through yourselves or with ESS?
Right, that's what I meant about.
Yeah. Maybe consider other organizations, but maybe also consider a in-house system that would kind of work like the other one worked. I don't know if it was perfect, but it sounds like at least it would call the people for us.
Well, and it is common practice with when you're not outsourcing that you're exactly right. You have those people, those numbers, you call them right away, you text them, hey, I need you to come here. It cuts out all the extra time, I will say that. And typically there's someone on the campus that's able to do that directly because they know, hey, we want to be at the elementary, we want to be at the primary, we want to be at the high school.
That's what I was trying to figure out, what the system's doing, because I'm only speaking for my wife, but I know if she knows she's gonna be out, I'd say 75% of the time, she calls the sub that she wants in her classroom. Calls them and they book it. I don't know how that happens, how that works, but
I just want to say this, my discussion is about what's best for kids. And the current process, ESS, whoever, is not what's best for kids. And what I don't want is I don't want this position to be thrown back at the campuses. They've had enough put back on them. It is our job to support the campuses, not to continually add more things to them because, well, yeah, and amen.
Okay, any other questions? Nope, okay. We will go to item number 9. And we're gonna put it on for additional for next month. So, okay. Number 9, informational review of Venus ISD Child Nutrition Services.
that on now? Okay. Okay. Good evening, school board. Hope you all are doing well. You too, Dr. Torres. I was just asked to give a little update on what's going on in child nutrition, and so I prepared some slides. I don't know how well they're going to be, if they can be zoomed in on or not, but just wanted to share this presentation with you. The first one was Meet Our Lunch Ladies, and these are the ladies that we have on staff right now. However, 2 of them at the elementary has left, so we're looking to hire 2 employees there at the elementary on that campus. Okay, and then the list of content that I'm going to try to get presented, and I have allergy problems and I've had coughing fits, so if I started on you, I'm sorry, I'm just going to run out. Why is eating school lunch important? Meal pattern, accommodating children with special dietary needs, nutrition education, professional standards, healthy daily menus, benefits of CEP, new purchases, and upcoming changes. And I'll try to talk fast, which I do anyway. Okay. Next page, next slide.
I'm right here.
Oh, there you are.
Rosie's driving.
Oh, Rosie's driving. Okay, thank you, Rosie. School lunch is critical to students for the health of their well-being, especially for low-income students. Also ensures that students have the nutrition that they need throughout the day to learn. Research shows that receiving free school lunches reduces the insecurity of food insecurities, obesity rates, and poor health. In addition, the school meal nutrition standards are having a positive impact on students for their food selections, consumption, especially in fruits and vegetables, which is not always what they want. The other thing too, quick facts, reimbursable meals must meet federal nutrition standards. National School Lunch Program lunches provide 1/3 of the recommended levels of key nutrients. Reimbursable meals must provide no more than 30% of the calories from fat and less than 10% of calories from saturated fat. The nutrition standards phased in 2012-13. That was a Russell B. Act, and it worked along with Congress and TDA that required schools to increase whole grains, fruits, vegetables served throughout the day in the National Lunch Program. The meal pattern, in 22-23, sodium restrictions went way down. I'm on the next page, I'm sorry, hun. And milk and flavored milk had to reduce their calories, also their sodium as well. Whole grains had to meet at least 80% of the grains served in school lunch and breakfast per week, containing at least 50% of whole grain. Sodium, the weekly sodium limit for school and breakfast will remain current. Right now, we were still at the 22-23. For 23-24, we still got to meet the same requirements, but in coming 26-27, at least 15% of our sodium will have to be removed from all foods at breakfast and lunch. So meeting that meal pattern, and keep in mind, the more you start taking the fat out, the sodium out, and the stuff like that, that affects your flavor and the taste of your food. But as with TDA, we're required to meet those standards. The next page. This is accommodating children with special dietary needs. I just want to let you guys know that we have several students, and that's growing, that has food allergies, some of those life-threatening. We are required to give them the form to be filled out. That's stationed at the nurse's station, or we have them at the cafeteria as well. If a parent calls and needs for us to modify a diet in any way, that form has to be taken to the doctor. The doctor has to fill that out, and with his signature, let us know what that modification is, what that child can and cannot have. After that point, Venus ISD is required to modify that child's diet and keep all records of any foods that they ingest during the school day for breakfast and lunch. One way that we secure that a child is not affected by anything that they get is the point of sales, which is our POS. I have that student flagged in there. I'll also flag with what they can and cannot have. So when they come through that line and their card is ran, the computer is going to make a sound that lets that cashier know, stop, look, do they have anything on that tray they're not allowed to have? And of course, at that time, we would make sure. Most kids, especially your older ones, they already know what they can and cannot have, but you know, we can't leave the kids responsible. That's our job. Okay, next picture, next slide. We also have to, based on our wellness policy, that is a district policy, not a child nutrition policy, but we are required to teach nutrition education even inside the classroom. What we have found that has worked for us for several years is this is a free publication, and each month we send this to the teachers, put them in their cubbies, already ready. All that they're required to do is go over this publication with the students, and there's some great materials based on their age grade group, even counting calories, watching fats, all of those type of things. What is a reimbursable meal? What are the five food groups? All of those kind of things. Talking about healthy meals, and even watching your weight by counting your calories and stuff. So very good publication. The teachers go over that as a study in the classroom. The teachers may document on this sheet what they talked about, what the discussion was about. The teacher signs it and turns that into the front office. And we use that for our piece for our annual report, reporting what we are doing for wellness policy and nutrition education. The next page, this nutrition education, this shows every month we do a taste test. And we let a certain, we ask the principals to help us with this and send some kids down, and we put out different items and let them taste those items and let us give them their opinion. And over here on the left-hand side, you can't really see it, but it's basically a score sheet. Yes, we liked it, no, we didn't. You know, so we'll know if we want to try to move forward with this product or not have it. On the right-hand side is also some nutrition education that I also put on our district website, that parents can read with their children at home to keep them, you know, vested in maybe retaining any knowledge possible on nutrition. Next page. Professional standards, I know you can't read this, but basically all child nutrition staff is required to have professional training. The managers has to do 10 hours, I'm 14 hours, and our cooks in the kitchen have to have at least 6 hours of professional standards. That has to be documented in a software system and turned into TDA at the end of each year. Also, along with that training, they are required to have civil rights training. They are required to have food handlers. All staff and myself takes food handlers training. My managers and myself have ServSafe certification. For any manager that does not pass the ServSafe certification cannot be a manager. That is the ruling from TDA. They want to know that managers know what they're doing and the process of that. This goes into HACCP, Hazardous Analysis Critical Control Points, which talks about food being brought into the cafeteria from the time it was delivered to the time it's stored to the time it comes out and is prepped, baked, and put on the front line, what those temperatures should be. So that's just part of HACCP. Next slide. Healthy daily menus. And the next slide, please, Rosie. These are some of our breakfast trays. I don't know, can that be zoomed in on it all or not? I don't know if it can be or not, but these are some of the breakfasts that we have. And even our breakfast now, it started in 26, 27, we are gonna have to lose another 6 grams in our cereal of sugar. That'll have to go, which they're giving the market time to meet these demands. So that's what that's all about. And we do shove fruits and vegetables. That is a regulation from TDA. Fresh fruit or canned, okay? So that's some of our breakfasts that we serve at the present time. And the next page is our lunch menu. At the top, you'll see the teacher salads that we provide if teachers would like to have a salad each day. We also have baked potatoes, it's not showing there. And these are some of the foods that Primary fixed. Our orange chicken is one of her menus that they have there, and the steak fingers. And I would tell you that the steak fingers is the top choice. Then on Tuesday, when we have big meal day, that is the highest count of participation is on steak finger day. And then she also did chicken spaghetti. So that's at our
Higher than Crispitos?
Huh?
Higher than Crispitos?
Higher than Crispitos. Yeah. Okay, that is our primary school. Let's go to elementary. These are the salads that we package and prepare at the elementary. Now, we'll tell you these salads are not provided for primary kids or elementary kids. They can be, but we tried this as a little pilot just on our serving line, and it is very unacceptable for most children. And we don't want to waste money where it's not, where we don't need to, waste it. But we do have these at the middle school. They are in the snack bar at the middle school and the high school, and that is for all students, not just adults. Those are provided for all students with the grab-and-goes, the baked potatoes, or the salads. And then this is her lunch. One of her lunches was nachos. One of her lunches is a chicken leg, which is another huge favorite of the kids. And then she did a Mexican food day where she had tamales and cheese enchiladas. Okay, middle school, let's go to the next slide. Middle school, she did sweet and sour. These are just some of the things that we offer. Sweet and sour chicken, chicken fried steak, fish sticks, and then of course our teacher salads at the top. Our salads for all students there as well. In our high school, there's a look at her salads. And then she had pulled pork on bun. She had a new recipe that was called chicken and dressing casserole. And she didn't make very much, thinking that it wouldn't go well, but we wanted to try it. And actually she ran out that day. So, and then we also show a picture of the baked potatoes, stuffed baked potatoes that happened, that also is served there at that school. So, the next slide, please. As you all know, last year I was concerned for child nutrition, being the fact that we were going to a 4-day week. Because by going to that 4-day week, all those, I believe, 19 days, we would not be serving meals and we would not be generating that revenue. So I checked into what can we do? What can I do to maybe make sure this doesn't happen? So I checked into a program called CEP, which is Community Eligible Provision, meaning that all students eat free. So I put in the data. We did meet the data and was able to do CEP. However, we would only be able to claim 88.84% of the meals at the free rate, okay? Which meant that if you serve 10,000 meals, they'll only reimburse us for 88% of those meals at the free rate. The rest of those meals was at 50 cents, 11.52%. So my concerns was, should I do this or should I not? I gave it a whirl, and I don't know if you can see this on the screen, but basically, if we would have been doing regular NSLP reimbursement this year without doing CEP, and this month was April of this year, we would have brought in $119,393. Because we were CEP school, we brought in $172,732.81, which that's about a $50,000 difference by going CEP. So definitely beneficial to do that. It's beneficial for the parents, their pocketbook. It's beneficial because we don't have to take meals from a child that has met their 2-day charge policy. So it's a win-win for everybody. So I've been really proud to see how that has turned out. The next slide. These are some of the new things we purchased this year. This is not all of it. It's honestly not near all of it, but some of the bigger items that we did. We bought 12 desktop computers. This will cover all the POS, our point of sales, the manager's office, and it will cover snack bars for middle school and high school, and provide 2 of those desktops for my office. Okay, we bought 2 milk boxes for the primary, 1 2-door freezer for elementary, a heated display case for the high school snack bar. It's very, very nice, and the kids are gonna love it. It's just bringing us up to par, it just really looks nice. Double stack oven at the middle school, 1 ice machine at the elementary, 4 vegetable fruit slicers for all school. We also are paying to have preventative maintenance done. We were having Hobart come out, and part of, running this program is not only just feeding the kids and buying food and paying for payroll, it's how are you gonna keep your equipment up? Equipment must be PM'd, it must be, and then turned, and more equipment bought at a certain time, depending on when the depreciation is for that item. There's a lot of things in the schools, from double stack ovens to your refrigerators, pass-through, walk-in freezers, coolers, automatic dish machines, all of those things that there's a lot of money invested just in equipment inside the cafeteria. So they're going to be out here, in fact, next week to do preventative maintenance on all the equipment in the cafeteria. So, and then the last thing on my list is a refrigerated van. This is something I've never asked for before and probably should have, because it's something that is very important that for food safety. And the reason I want this van is because there are times, several times a year, there may be your freezer goes out at one of your schools. Well, in our experience, what we have been doing is getting the maintenance to help us unload a whole freezer full of food. We may put that on a flatbed trailer and haul it to another destination, or it may go in the back of pickups, which is definitely not sanitary either. The other thing with that is all those foods could actually defrost depending on how long it's on that trailer. We're not allowed to refreeze food. This would secure that every time we had a freezer go out, which hopefully is not often, I will say it may not be used very much, but it's going to be nice to know that the district has it if it is needed. And I think it is something, I've already sent this to TDA because I have to get capital expenditure approval from TDA on anything over $5,000. And they have approved this van and saw the need for us to be able to have this. So it is already approved from TDA to do this purchase.
How often has your freezers gone out where you've had to do that?
I mean, it may be as much as 10, 15 times a year.
So now with your preventative maintenance from Hobart, that should eliminate that problem because they should catch that before
maybe
it goes out.
That could possibly, but a lot of times, I mean, they can come out. In fact, I'll tell you, one year, not this past year, but the year before that, we paid for preventative maintenance, and school wasn't in session 2 weeks, and the walk-in freezer went out. You really can't control when those things are going to happen, whether it be the condenser, you know, whatever it may be that might make that go out. So you really don't know. We may not use this very much, and we may use it a lot.
How far of a distance would you be, like, what's the farthest distance?
My building, the child nutrition building, is where we take the food. There's 2 freezers, 10 by 10 freezers there, that if we ever have that problem, we move the food there.
Okay, and then how much is the Hobart preventative maintenance contract?
This year, they're about $3,000 a campus. Each year. This has to be done every year, yes. Yes, just one time every year, yes. Okay. Another thing to consider as we grow, when this district grows, another reason this van could come into play to be beneficial is a lot of districts have to reach a point of they can't hold enough food in the freezer depending on how many you're serving at a campus. So a lot of your districts have like a station storage that has all your dry and all your frozen food in it. When you order food, it doesn't go to the campus. It goes to the central location. This van would be able, whoever would be taking that food back and forth, we would have a way to do that and still keep our food saved.
So how much would a third 10 by 10 freezer be?
Another freezer, probably about $30,000.
I mean, it just sounds like so far most of what we're using this van for is to store stuff just in case a freezer goes out. Wouldn't it just make more sense to buy a third 10 by 10 freezer?
That's true on one hand, but the freezer space is not the problem. It's when you're transporting. We really should not be transporting food on a 16-foot flatbed trailer.
But I think what he's saying is if you have spend the money on the extra freezers.
To put where? Where would that be put?
Yeah, I don't think what she's saying. She's saying if a freezer goes out,
yeah,
you move that food out of that freezer to another freezer that you already have. But they're loading it on trailers and stuff to go from one freezer to another.
Yeah.
Buying another freezer is not going to solve the problem.
No.
They got freezers.
Yeah, I have freezer
They got to be
space.
able to move the food out of a broken freezer to a good freezer without everything thawing.
So my question is,
That's what she's saying. It's not the space.
So we're-
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about 7 blocks.
I would say we're talking about 7 blocks, right? Depending on when the freezer goes out, right? And I would assume by the time we find out that it's gone out, nothing has been completely defrosted. Now, if that's the case, the box truck is not gonna save us because the food's already spoiled.
Mhm.
So we're saying by the time we uncover that a freezing unit has gone out, we can't pack that up in the back of a Suburban or a truck and transport it the 7 blocks, that it's not going to be safe. Because I'm thinking, I buy groceries in Midlothian, I drive them home to Venus.
Mm-hmm.
By the time I get home, my items are still
Right.
not
Well,
they're not
Here's one thing to
spoiled.
consider. What we do from a home standpoint is not what we can do when we're dealing with TDA and the requirements that they place on us. That would be my concern, and I was even talking with Ronnie about this. He said, Tina, I know that we've moved food before in the back of pickups where we may have hauled trash in that back of that truck. You know, just
Well-
things like that. It's just not, that's, you know, and you don't know when you, and yes, you were talking about, you may not know the food will be spoiled. We do know. We have an energy management system that all of my freezers are connected to. Every time one of my freezers gets below the proper temperature, I'm notified immediately.
Okay.
Within 20 minutes or so, if that has not went back, then we know. I contact Keith with the maintenance department. We go check it out and take a look. We need plenty of time to get that food out of there. So, yeah, I just want to kind of explain that to you.
Yeah, so we're not dealing with the possibility of food already being spoiled. It's just getting it from one location
Right.
to the next.
Right.
And
Right.
I would think that if we're transporting food, we would make the smartest decisions and maybe not use the trucks that have had.
I agree.
Right, we have.
Right. But it may
12
be what's available at the time. Whenever I call and
Suburbans.
say, hey, we need this moved. Well, you don't know where those trucks may be. And like I said, the last couple of times this year we moved food, they just brought the fat 14-foot trailer. But when you're talking about a freezer, a walk-in freezer full of food, you're gonna take that first frozen box out there and put it at the front of that trailer. That box may sit there 20 or 30 minutes before you get the rest of that trailer loaded. And then you've got to transport. Then it was at the front. It'll be the last thing to go into your freezer when you get to the other building.
I feel that just might be time management. I mean, if we know that, right, we may not have to move it all at once, right? We may just have to.
We usually do move it all out because we know it has to be cleaned out. Number one, it can't stay there. You might as well get it moved. And second of all, we're going to have someone come out and service it and get it back up and running. So, yeah. And the other thing about this van, it is basically a refrigerator. Whenever it is not in use, there is already a standby. It's set up with what they call electric standby. So when this is not in use, it's going to be plugged in right at the maintenance shop to one of the standby electrical plugs that are already there that was provided for transportation. And it'll be plugged in there and already be in frozen state, because you can't buy a vehicle and say, well, I'm going to use this to transport freezer food, but yet you got to plug it in first before it gets frozen. So that is the reason I wanted a standby freezer for that purpose. The money is there to do this. The revenue is there to do this at this present time. I think it would be a wise investment, and it's up to you guys if you want to make that move and want us to spend the money there.
Have we done any price comparison from the van to a refrigerated trailer?
No, I have not. I have not done that, but we wanted just something that we knew it could transport, because it can't just be a trailer. I mean, it's going to have to be something with wheels to get us from plan A to plan B.
The district has pickups and stuff to pull those trailers. I just know that there's a comparable difference in the price, but it's still being the same type of usability, still plugged in, still frozen. Sometimes bigger, more space in a trailer compared to a van, but still considerably cheaper.
And
So
he
just
said
something-
a refrigerated trailer. So the trailer's refrigerated, just doesn't have a motor on it, so it's a.
Right. As long as it has a standby, but that would be something there. I just know that we looked and looked, trying to find us a used one, thinking that, if we got something with very low mileage, they won't make them in Texas. You won't find them anywhere. We had to go out of state to get this. Darren Witten, Transportation, is the one who recommended this one. I think it has a 3.6 liter engine. Thought it was a good vehicle if we were going to use it for this purpose.
Do we have a time frame which the extra funds have to be spent? Do we have a deadline to spend those?
I do.
What is that date?
August 30th.
And what all can these funds be spent on? Because I see that we've done a lot of new purchases and it's all equipment, equipment, services, milk boxes, freezers. But can it be spent on additional food items? Can we add more food to the menus? Can we add additional?
We look constantly for new menu items. But keep in mind, a collaboration between TDA and Multi-Region 10 Co-op is who procures all child nutrition bids for food, and then they determine what vendor comes to our district. We are with Labatt. So the food items that we can obtain, I can purchase what we can buy.
So the
That's what we go
answer,
by.
so the answer is yes, we can spend this money on food items too. It doesn't just have to be like equipment, repair, things
ma'am.
like that. So we could invest
Yes.
back into some of the,
Yes.
maybe a different service or something like that is where that money can go also. We're not
It can
restricted
go
on
on
the
anything in the
purchase.
child nutrition department. And some of the excess money that we had this year is because of a supply chain grant that went all the way back from COVID that all school districts got again this year, and it wound up being, I think, like $98,000. However, I can't spend that money on anything but just minimally processed foods from USDA, and we are using that and buying all of our milk through them because we spend an average of $16,000 to $20,000 a month just on milk here in the district.
Taylor,
So-
what, oh, sorry, let me interrupt you. So when do we find out how much a surplus we have? Like when did we know we're gonna? This is $87,000 for this van. When did we find out we had $150,000 that we have to spend by August 30th?
Can I,
Oh,
may I?
absolutely.
So what we have to do is first, one challenge for this year was because we went full CEP. So typically so in a normal situation, what we would do is we do our forecasting of data. So we build our budget with the knowledge that we have. We can review 5 years back, see where we're going, what is our enrollment, what meals are we serving, and we can get a very accurate idea of where we're going to forecast. Because keep in mind, we can only keep 3 months of fund balance in the child nutrition budget. We have to know that in the year that we have it. So when we get mid-year, so for example, this year we kind of came up on mid-year, I think it was February when we started discussing and started seeing that our CEP program was in fact being successful. We wanted to see, we didn't have years of data to look at to know. It was the very first time we'd ever done this. It was our first time in the district. So once we started doing our forecasting and started seeing that we were going to have these trends, so it was probably February when we started talking about halfway through the year. I think normally, so maybe when we get into next year, we would have an expectation to know that we're going to have funds a little bit earlier in the year, but it is always challenging when you're dealing with the same year data that you have. It would be wonderful if we could say, okay, we know where we are today. We're going to have $90,000 and we're going to use it next year with a planned expenditure. Unfortunately, that isn't the hand we're dealt. So I think going forward, that's going to be the goal, and kind of what we talked about in the budget presentation is doing these accurate forecasts and knowing where we have the money so that we can plan. This year it was nice because we were able to replace some of the freezers that we had. One of the freezer, we were just writing check after check after check, just putting Band-Aids on it. So it was really nice because we were getting to where our expenditures were costing more than the value of the freezer. And so we were able to replace those things. But yeah, we definitely want to make sure that going into the future that we're doing month-to-month forecast. Tina and I meet, we were meeting once a month. I think now we're meeting a little bit more than that, looking at that data so we can have better outcomes.
So just putting that money, like, all that money going back into the kids or maybe the teachers. And I know Tina will smile when she hears me say this, but it's what the CEP covered all the kids, so the kids all ate free. What about covering a baked potato for the teachers, or somehow working the teachers into that?
That is unallowable cost for child nutrition federal programs. We're not allowed to give any free meals to any staff member.
Does TDA also say you couldn't do a reduced one for the teachers?
The only thing that we can do, we went through this a few years back with you. The only thing that we can do with that is if your district's fund balance wants to accommodate the staff, they can. But we cannot from child nutrition. It's a child nutrition program, and that is only federal. And that reimbursement can not only be spent with anything except for reimbursable meals. And in fact, to go further, the snack bar items that we have in our district. I can't spend any federal money, and I have to keep up with that, on any reimbursement from the government. I cannot spend a dime of that buying snacks for the snack bar. The only way we can provide snacks for our snack bar is if enough local revenue comes in, district revenue, to purchase items for our snack bar.
Then you said that, this money needs to be spent by August.
Yes, and here's the deal you had brought up.
My question
Uh-huh.
is, does being spent, if a purchase order is written prior to August 31st, does that count as being spent?
It has to be a PO has to be made, something has to be ordered and delivered before August 30th. And Ms. Sampson, you had mentioned maybe spending extra money on food. That will definitely be in the works for next school year. But this money in particular can't be for purchasing food. We need this done by August 31st. I would have to go filling up every freezer in the district trying to buy food items just to spend this money. And then that would, and that, yeah, we are,
I feel like historically, and correct me if I'm wrong, we always have a surplus every year of money.
and that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing.
It's a good thing, but then I feel like now we're back, like we were last month on something else, but we're now back to, okay, hurry up, now we gotta spend this money.
That happens to us, and a lot of times we don't know till it's a real quick turnaround to make us do that. But I will tell you, I know Joe's been on this board a long time, so has Greg Hoffman. Since I've been the director, I have never one time came to this district and asked for one penny from the 199 budget. Everything that we do, we handle on our own, just with the revenue from child nutrition. And when you speak of that, that speaks well, because I don't know if you've ever checked into it, but go outside of our district and look at the school districts that wind up in the red every year, and their 199 fund balance has to pull them out of the hole. That goes on every year.
I've heard that at all different school districts and stuff, and I think, as far as that goes, I think it would be great, and I'm excited to hear that moving forward, we're gonna try and find that balance where we are able to give that back, and our students are gonna benefit from that, versus we have a big chunk of money that we've gotta hurry up and spend at the end of the year. So I think that'll be something really good
But
moving
it is
forward.
nice to know that, we're supposed to be nonprofit, but keep in mind, there's hundreds of $1,000s invested in these cafeterias just with equipment. Somebody's got to buy those. And when those go out, somebody's got to pay for them. But the school must run, kids have to be fed.
I was fixing to say that too. In the past, not only would we end up in the red, we would end up with dishwashers that are sitting there not working, not getting fixed because there was no funds to fix them. Right. I'd rather buy this stuff with the funds and not have to go back to where we were before.
Well,
And I do understand what you're saying, but we're not necessarily comparing apples to apples either, because this funds come up at the end of the year. The funds that we were doing last month were here for two full years, and they didn't do anything till, and they knew they had to 2 years ago.
Well,
And so, there's a difference in some of that, but I do know what you're saying.
Well, one good thing about it is we've been able, I keep a running list of all purchases. I have to for procurement purposes. Everything that we purchase has to be procured properly with documentation and approved by TDA. So every piece of equipment that is in those cafeterias, I know when we bought them, how much we paid for them. I keep a running list of how many times we have to work on them, and decide at some point, are we spending more money fixing this? Is it time to buy new? And that's my job, to keep up with that.
well, I just want to be clear. My questioning in this is more about, can we get more bang for our buck with $87,000 somewhere else? Not about, you've done an outstanding CEP program, outstanding. Your accountability and the ability to put this surplus, outstanding. So everything you're doing with this program is way beyond, super. So I don't want you to take my questions as, I think you're doing an outstanding job.
No, I don't.
It's just this particular thing. My question is there more bang for our buck
Right.
than $90,000 on a vehicle, like he said, the van, maybe a trailer that's refrigerated that you could probably get for maybe 40 or 50 rather than one that drives maybe,
Right.
you know, and then take some of them. Now, I know you're in a time crunch right now. That's
We
my
are.
questioning, is not questioning your ability to manage. It's questioning whether or not we could find a better use for the kids
Right.
with this money.
Tara,
And
I wanna-
that's kind of what I have also. So my question is, you do great. You make money. You do all of that. Now, and I'm with Randall when he says, you know, doing something for the kids. I know the high school and middle school, a lot of the kids have said, hey, what about a potato bar, a salad bar, something to that effect? Because sometimes the potatoes and or the salads sell out before the last lunch, so it doesn't go through. So could we use some of that money if we could get a trailer and save some of that money and get a salad bar or something like that to accommodate all of the lunches and not just go to one
Right.
lunch?
I knew that question would come up, and the answer to that is no. And I don't like saying no. I like doing everything we can because it's not about us, it's not about me and you, it's about our kids. Who doesn't? All of us want the best we can do for our children. That's what it's all about. I've been here a long time, 28 years in this district, and it is a passion of mine to do what I do, and I take it very seriously. Cannot have a salad bar. I've also checked, unless somebody knows something I don't, I've checked with districts all the way around in this area. No one can have salad bars. Why? We have to analyze every tray that leaves our line. If you were to put a salad bar there, and we're gonna let students come by and pick up those ladles, do you think that they're gonna get a half a cup of their lettuce? Do you think they're gonna get a fourth a cup of their tomatoes? Are they gonna leave that line with their red, orange, or dark green, which has to be a maximum for a week? Is their meat gonna be 2 ounces? Are they gonna have a grain bread? How much grain bread? We are monitored by TDA. When a kid leaves the line, we know exactly how many calories are on their tray, how much sodium is on their tray, how much fat or trans fat is on their tray, if they've got their red green for this week. There's no way you can do that and have a salad bar. There's just no way. Even if we were to purchase a salad bar, pay for a full-time employee to monitor it. If we're gonna let it be a salad bar and people come by and get their own food, we can't do an analyzation on that. It would create a full-time employee. My biggest issue with it, sanitation. Let's face it, we're talking about kids. And we have kiddos that might just went to the restroom and the bell rings, I'm going to eat lunch. You're gonna walk through there and you're gonna pick up ladles. And, you know, that is something to consider. I mean, Holly, they've got COVID, you know, the flu, and we're gonna let them touch all the ladles? So that is another huge issue for me.
So I do have a question about the money being spent. So I understand not being able, I was asking on what all it could be spent on for future purchases. But there's also services. I know when we went to our convention and we walked around the convention, there were all different kinds of food services that we can partner with, that we can pay some of that to come in and make some of the fresher style instead of always the warmed up food or the process that we're just putting in an oven or baking, or they're being made fresh on site, or however that is. So is that not something that we could consider?
I do not think that is something we consider. I am more than willing to look, check into it. I do know that Subway, year before last, came to me and said, hey, can we set up shop at lunch in your high school cafeteria?
No, I'm not talking about a Subway or a franchise. I'm talking about services that specifically target the school districts, and they partner with the ISDs.
Yeah, you're talking about a contract, somebody with a contract come out and contract service.
Correct.
I don't know that that could be done unless you're under a food management company. Our district is not under a food management company. Second of all, they would have to meet all the requirements of the meal pattern, TDA, and you're not gonna have a vendor outsource when I come in and have to fix food by a child nutrition meal pattern. I don't know of any vendor that would do that for us.
But we haven't looked though, right? We don't know. Like we haven't, because I know we had a list of them when we were there that specifically came into districts that's what they did. So I know it can be done. We just haven't looked into it and got the information.
Yes, and a lot of those districts too that might be doing that also may not have anything to do with federal programs. They may not even be governed like we're governed from TDA. In other words, they're not having to meet a meal pattern. They can serve anything they want to in their school. If they're a wealthy district, I mean, we're about 85% free and reduced here. We wouldn't have anybody participating if we did that. I can't see us ever getting out with TDA, not here in this district.
So I think we're pretty undecided.
Okay, was this your last slide? We kind of got
Yes,
off track.
we're
Sorry,
done.
Tina.
I'm done.
We kind of got
Okay.
off track.
Okay.
Anybody else have any?
Tina, what is the timeline? Do you think that you could look into that van before to possibly instead of the full truck?
Okay. Well, I
that-
know one thing, we probably would not be able to get that in Texas. It would be another thing we'd have to get it out of state. Keep in mind, I've already got this approved with TDA. Say I found another one and it's just a trailer. Well, now we gotta make sure every time a freezer goes out that I got somebody in the maintenance department available to come bring a truck, pick up that freezer and get to us. Okay, that is one thing concerned. With the van, we wouldn't have to worry about that. Also, let me tell you how this process went. This is what concerns me the most, is when we're trying to purchase this, that I had to come up with 3 quotes. That wasn't easy, considering they don't make them in Texas. So we're searching the internet, we're looking all over the place trying to find us comparable vans, okay? Then, after you get those 3 quotes, I have to get them approved I have to score them, get them approved by TDA, which take 2 or 3 weeks for them to approve that. Then, after I approve it by them, I've got to add it to a board meeting and get it on the agenda. By the time you get that approved, they sold the van.
And this is Dr. Torres. So this is my second meeting, and it's the 3rd time. I don't want to say hostage, because the board, they have come to us and they've said, this is what we want, this is why we want it, but we have to have it because our time's going to run out. Now we're in a position where we would say, hey, can you go look at this? But we can't do that.
We're gonna go to item number 10 to account for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go to item number 10, consider approval of refrigerated van for child nutrition. Do I have a motion?
I would like to make a motion to table this for a later date.
I have a motion to table it. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 in favor. Opposed? 2. Okay, the motion carries to table it. Go to item number 11, informational items, second quarter investment report. Laura, your name was on here, but we knew.
Oh,
but
she
it's not.
can do
And
it.
it was. We crossed you off. We're like, that's a typo. You're like, okay.
I think that would be great. So pursuant to the requirements of Texas Government Code 2256.023, the attached quarterly investment report is presented for the board's review. The attached report details the investment position on September 30th. Oh, not 2022, 2024, friends, if we could cross through that. The investments made during the time period this report covers are in compliance with the district's written investment policy and strategies relevant to their positions. So as you see this report, you have Dr. Torres and I have signed this report and reviewed it for September 1st through February 29th. If you can go to the next page. This is a summary of our current investments. So on our general operating fund, we have a tax pool account with a beginning balance of $8.7 million and an ending balance of $10 million. Interest received $199,794. We also have a Lone Star corporate overnight fund, a government overnight fund, which total general operating investment totals at the end of the period is $12.273 million, with a year-to-date interest of $242,000. We have tax pool accounts in our interest and sinking and food service accounts, and these are the grand totals listed there for you today. On February 29th, Venus ISD held all investment assets in tax pool and Lone Star investment pools as permitted by Texas Government Code 2256.016. So I'll spare you reading the rest of that sentence there, but that's just detailing what our pools are invested in. As requirement by the government code, we can go to the next page, and I won't read all of this for you, but we are required to share with the board the current authorized investments of each of the pools and where they stand today. So these are the most recent information as listed from their websites of what we can invest in. Just to give you kind of just a simple, kind of a quick highlight of where we are, we have seen favorable interest receipts from our bonds from the last 2 years. Bond markets did slightly soften with an increase in jobs report from May. But the continued inflation pressures that we're seeing are lessening the chances of the lowering of the federal funds rate. So it continues to be a very favorable bond market. So as you guys know, as the federal fund rate increases and inflation increases, that the bond market does continue to rise. So until we see any kind of reduction in inflation, the Fed is likely not to lower the rate, and we'll continue to see favorable investments. We receive these interest investments in all three of our funds, and so we are showing a budgeted item in our general fund of about $300,000, and we're quickly approaching that to achieve that this year. And that's it. You didn't want to do that, Laura?
No. Anybody have any questions? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Item number 12, presentation of communications update.
Good evening, President Gore, Board of Trustees, Dr. Torres. Been here just a little over a year and a half, and I think this is my first time to get to address you all, so I'm very excited about that. Wanted to bring up a few things, quick top items here, or just some important upcoming dates for the communications department and the district. We've got our back to school bash coming July 20th. We're going to get to bring that back here on campus this year. I'm excited. We didn't have some ACs last year, and we didn't want to hurt anyone or have anyone fall out on us. So we were able to, in conjunction with the city and the chamber, host a really nice event downtown. However, I think it'll be really fun having it back here on campus, and it'll get people, get our students, back into we're ready, like it'll get them excited. And then we'll have our convocation on August 2nd. Our convocation last year with our former staff went really well. Well, no, we had some new staff coming in, but I'm looking forward to this next year, and we'll change a few things up and make it great for our teachers and get them excited about what's to come this next year. Communications updates items, communications strategic plan. That is something that will be in conjunction and directly relate to our district strategic plan. It will just be a little more specific for the communications department, but it will take notes from the, I think I'm G4 or G5 on our strategic plan. I will take those items and then break it down just a little bit further to show how we're going to guide the communications department and some specific goals for that department. Just starting to work on this, so it will probably hope to have this done by the end of the summer. And then when we do the website refresh, it will be on the communications page that I will have there. That website will also encompass a few things. District calendar process, that's kind of a side note. I don't know why I put those together, sorry. District calendar process, we want to really make sure that our calendars this year are a little more crisp in certain areas. And so I'm going to work on a process for submitting those events and who will be over those at each campus and kind of work that out. We want everyone to be knowledgeable of all events all the time. So we want to make sure that everything makes it to that district calendar. And we also want to make sure that if your child is at the elementary, you're not getting all of the district calendar events, should you not want those, but that it's still applicable for where you're at. Class intercom, so back to the communications page on the website that will come out when as I'm working on that. The update, sorry, I got ahead of myself there. We're going to be doing a social media audit. We will essentially commandeer all of our rogue social media accounts. Right now, the district, not just me, the district manages the district page, any page associated with that, and then the 4 school pages. Now, it's up to the principals to manage their own social media pages. We just want to have a basic oversight so that should something happen to one of them, we would be able to, then give rights to whomever needed to run that. But we do have a lot of rogue pages out there, some athletics, some FFA, just our programs that just haven't been all in one space before. So we're working together with all of our organizations and clubs to see which ones are appropriate to have the ISD manage. And those will also be listed. Yes, ma'am.
So when we're talking about the social media, when we go to our district site, there will be links to like the high school's Facebook page or the middle school's Facebook page instead of like searching Facebook.
Yes.
And choosing one of the 12 that we, okay.
Yes. It will have, and we'll probably go in and update their handles or their tags or whatever you want to call them to say official Venus ISD district page. But the links will be on the communications page. So if you're like, I don't know which, I think the high school is one of the ones that has several different ones. It will have the official link there, and we will make sure that our community knows for your best information, these are the only ones that we can say have the correct information. Any others, we cannot, I love some of our athletic ones that are run by our parents, but we cannot control the information that goes out on that. Generally, those just share, and it's great information. Sometimes we share their information because we do know it's valid, but we want our community to know that this is where you get official information.
Ms. Price, I'm gonna skip back to, you
Sure.
said website refresh and district calendar process. So question is, accountability wise, whose job is it to hold people accountable to make sure they put things on the calendar? I just know with my experience, it always seems like there's controversies of two things scheduled on one day, and it's because one person put it on the calendar 3 months ago and one person failed to put it on the calendar.
So
It always seems like the person that put it on the calendar has to yield to the other person because it happens to be a bigger organization, or it's something they just can't reschedule because where does the accountability come in? Who holds them accountable for that district, for that
That
calendar?
was something that we realized was a fairly big issue last year, and I think the first time it came up was a food bank issue, an FFA. So we had to go in that instance. We went with the one who had done what they had been told was the proper procedure, and there were just no real procedures in place, and so that's kind of what we're wanting to
So that's what this
to
is
fix
setting
here.
up those guidelines.
It'll say, hey, and I realized that not any one person, I don't think I realized it, probably many people realized that not any one person was over all of the calendars. So we're trying to centralize that a little bit to make sure that
You're putting a system in
the
place.
athletics calendar is also here, and the extracurriculars calendar is also here. Our principals have a very good hold on their own specific calendars, and they kind of, while they may do it differently, they still have a system that they use, and those are easily integrated with things. It's just all those rogue accounts, if you will, that weren't ever told that they needed to get with anybody to do this, and so we're really trying to get a handle on those specific things.
If I had a kid at school in high school, I would definitely look at the high school calendar. But if I'm a person in the community who does not have kids in school, and I'm just looking for a central location that I want to be up to date on all things, I'd like to know when testing is. Why? Who knows? I mean, this happens to be me. But
And so those things will be shot to the district calendar, which will be that one on our district website. It'll say event calendars, and you can click like our live updated calendar, and then you can click our print calendar of the actual year. That will house district events, and we really want, the direction right now that we're taking is that all of those events will be on the district calendar. However, last year we had an instance where a parent had gotten and thought they were grabbing a elementary calendar. Well, the link had not been updated correctly, so we worked through that process, but they were getting every district event, which was blowing their phone up. We also wanted available, through Parent Square, this is a thing, and through our individual websites for each of our campuses, we can have their specific only calendar so that when you're on the elementary website page, you're only getting elementary events, and then district will be on that district page. Did I answer that for you? Okay, great. And it'll be a process. We'll work through that. Take the lead probably from principals were a great help last year, telling me how the calendar organization best worked for them. Class intercom. So back to some of the rogue social media accounts and just our social media in general. When I interviewed, one of the things that I talked about, along with some brand management and consistency across the district, was getting social media in line and making that a better platform. and an appropriate platform. I did not do a great job at this at the beginning, and some of our principals came in and made sure and helped with that. District ISD will post district level things. We'll share good news. We'll post those things that we want to share from our individual school accounts, but we don't need to generate all of that content at the district level. Those stories are best told at the campus level. So we really want to make sure that we're on that monitoring level. This social media management software our principals, again, do a great job of that, but it will just help us in that a little bit. What the social media management software will do for us, though, one of the great things is it will allow outside content to be shared. So we can create libraries of templates that if Miss Dady was at an event with, watching one of her students do something and she had a bunch of pictures, or Miss Sansom was at an event and they wanted to share something, I cannot be at all events all the time, but our community is always somewhere catching greatness that is happening at VISD. This would allow outside content submission. It will never touch our accounts. It will never go anywhere without approval and, a check and things like that. But it will help us to capture a little bit more of a well-rounded amount of greatness that happens here at VISD. And also, we are required to archive. And our former archiving solution was just not applicable for the district. It didn't do anything. This also brought a social media management software in. It archived and it saved us some money. So we went with this class intercom system. One of the fun things I want to look at doing next year is a VISD ambassadors program. This would be a student, they would apply to do this. We did a little bit of student creators this year, had some students around help create content. I think our community enjoys that. I can create things all day long. We can create things at district level, campus level, everything. But when our students are creating the content, I really think our community wants to see that. And I think saw our engagement rates go up because it was something that their students had been involved with. This ambassadors program will be building on something like that just a little bit more. We'll have some students apply to become part of the ambassadors, and they'll just be the voice of Venus from the student's perspective. I don't know that we've shared a lot of student perspective before, and so this will just be something fun to see how it goes. We try things, put them out there, and see how they go, and then see how they're received. Any questions on that? Okay. Social media audit, we've talked a little bit about that. That's just getting those rogue accounts in checked. And the policy. So I did create a social media policy for the district this year. Not to, make anything different or change anything up, but just to give some guidance. It talks about, how we will respond to comments on Facebook. It talks about, just what we use, the purpose of our social media. What do we use it for? Crisis communications, the content that goes in it. So that's just about a 4-page thing. It also gives it goes into some of the ways that our staff, best practices for our staff. So it just helps them out with that.
The social media audit and policy, is that something that we have to adopt? Is that something that goes into board approval?
That is something we've talked about. Dr. Torres?
Yeah, that's just, as she stated, we want to make sure that, we've said here, kind of it's been the theme is we're trying to get things in place to make sure that, everything's in line, everything's systematic. And so once we go through this and have this piece here, then we'll bring this to the board to take a look at it and approve,
That's generally because
it doesn't exist right now.
None of the things none of the things that I do are necessarily like federally mandated. There are some things like FERPA. We have those things that that's just what we'll do and that. But a lot of this stuff is up for, personal take and stuff. So I would like to, on most of the things that I do, and this was the direction I was heading in with most of this stuff, is lay a baseline out based on just research that's been done or whatever, shop it with our district, and then be able to bring it to you guys. So that's social media policy and audit. Branding guidelines. This is something that I've been working on for a while. Last year, and I don't know, y'all can see our current, we voted last year that this would be one of the logos, specifically the bulldog, that we would use. I don't know if y'all have known this or not. We did purchase rights to this bulldog this year, so we feel comfortable saying, hey, he's up for grabs. This specific logo right here is, I'm working on creating a usable logo for this. This was taken from, I think, a shirt that somebody created years ago. Not really sure. So all we have is a PNG format of that, which means nothing to anyone except, I will tell you, I can't go and like type, if I wanted to use this and create the word Venus, I can't type ENUS and match that font, that whatever that V is. So, and trying to match a font is really fun. I've gone through about 15 right now. And I mean, I'm looking at things like the spacing between the top, how squatty the V is. We want it to look the same. So I'm going to try to get something as similar as possible to this. This bulldog happens to not even be our correct colors. So that's another issue. We did do some branding guidelines. That's just going to house, again, what's the purpose of branding here? I think I've looked in this room alone and I've got 5 different bulldogs on shirts. A different V there, a different bulldog on the jacket I had on. His bulldog has a red collar. That's a different so we would love to have a consistent bulldog. This is the one that has been purchased. Do y'all have any questions about the branding guidelines?
So this will be our brand. I mean, I know you're saying the V, you're gonna have to tweak where you can do whatever you need to do with it, but this is what our brand is gonna be.
That is up for option. I did do a beta test on a different, what I would call a spirit mark, that went out just to see what a reaction would be from our community. I didn't get any on Facebook as far as that goes.
What's a spirit mark?
So a spirit mark for most districts, you'll see Waxahachie has like a W. They've just recently changed theirs. It used to be that block W with an arrow. Now it's a very wavy W with a feather at the end. Midlothian has an M with a star because that brands with some of their verbiage that they use. Mansfield, what is Mansfield's right now? I can't think of theirs. But so it's a spirit mark. It's a district mark that says, hey, this is a district level thing. It's just more branding, honestly. So,
So my marketing is probably not good, so
that's okay.
You may have to dumb it down a little, but why wouldn't we just use this as our spirit mark?
You can. So the concerns with this, and it may not be a concern, and so what I was wanting to do was get this kind of nailed down and then bring it to you guys, but I think maybe we've skipped that step, and now you guys are aware of the things, and I haven't quite gotten the feedback I would have preferred from our leadership team. But so here we are. This can be your spirit logo. My concerns with this is, and it doesn't really matter, so whatever everyone prefers, that is a block V, which generally tends to say athletics. What I was trying to put on a spirit mark logo is our motto is excellence grows here, in each one each day. So how do you visually portray that? This can be it. That's fine. We can put the lettering underneath. We could always say excellence grows here underneath. However, if we're going to take this as a spirit mark and use it at a district level, but then we're going to brand all of our schools, and you're going to have that spirit mark here, and we have the excellence grows here, we either have to take it off to create like Venus Middle School or Venus High School. So I was just trying to create something that would easily transition across the board for all logos. This V, the bulldog blocks a majority of the V. So sometimes you want to be able to see that a little differently, or if it was more academic in nature, we might not want the blocked V. But again, I was hoping to get really good feedback from our district to say, hey, we do like this, we don't like this, and then we could bring it to you guys, but we haven't done that. Yeah, that's not the correct bulldog that we've voted on. This, if y'all want to work on going.
Part of the problem is, years ago, we had a coach that went black. Then we had a coach that went Vegas gold. Then we had a coach that went, and then we had a basketball coach a couple years ago that went almost all gold and black. And it was it's like Venus doesn't have any colors. It's just up to whatever.
So there are official colors listed on the website, and that's what I've always used because they were branded as the official colors, which if we're real technical, it's a royal and an old gold.
Old gold. And then, like in Waxahachie, we signed a document stating our colors
And
were trademarked
the-
or whatever it is, and it's,
Yeah.
if you got caught using a color other than that.
So that's what is part of the branding kit as well.
So kudos on the
It has
guidelines.
brand goals, usage approvals, and it includes, but it's not limited to, and it's linked there if y'all want to see that. Failure to obtain approval from communications department may result in removal of collateral. That collateral does not meet guidelines. It must be updated, reordered. So yeah, I don't know that in our district we're to the point, and monetarily I would hate for someone to waste their money for us to go, oh, I'm so sorry. That doesn't, I think we would have to have a lot of grace for years to get to that point. Whatever is determined by whomever is making that decision. But I think because that has never been a standard here, that if we do and when we do put that standard in place, some grace time is going to have to be given for people. And now what will be done is on the communications website, all of these things will be linked. And then in the brand management, it also goes into fonts, it goes into logo, it goes into colors, it goes on to how those color schemes are used, depending on what the background color of the document or the medium is. It has our actual colors in it, typography. So it goes into that in depth.
So who's accountable for, who holds people accountable for this guideline?
I would think communications department would, but then again, that would be up for Dr.
The guys who've been on
Torres.
this board a while, I'll tell you, it has been put into the board, and the board has voted
Mhm.
and put into place exactly what our school colors are. It just seems like
Mm-hmm.
nobody really follows what the accountability we put in place.
Yeah, I don't know who would have been over that before I got here, but it would make sense and fall in line with probably a similar job description of communications.
Like I know, again, like, and we've been through, coaches have their own purchasing, like they'll go, and I'm talking from the cheer uniforms
Mhm.
to basketball uniforms, anything. So when we're putting in those purchases going forward, is that something that will be reviewed? Are they in line with our branding?
If we want to put that in place, I definitely would suggest it.
I feel like, and we'll have to talk about this in
Now, you're going to run up against some vendors that most vendors can control their color, but if it's already a set color scheme, and Royal, I'll just tell you right now, Royal runs a gamut from almost a really dark, almost a navy, to like a purple. So it depends on the vendor you're going with. There will be times we will run up against a vendor. Letter jackets are a thing on this. Some letter jackets, like Midlothians used to, some of them came in looking purple, some of them came in looking royal. You're gonna have that deviation, because if this is what Pantone color says a royal can be, they can be anywhere within the spectrum. So at some point we're gonna do that. But if we're trying our hardest and checking on that, and it's readily available for our people to find and not hard for them to find, and they don't have to go through a process to do that, which would again be the communications communications website page. I think we can make it a little bit easier for people doing that.
So I think you had said you were gonna put some stuff together and you were gonna get some feedback from.
Yes, we did. We presented that at the district leadership meeting on several weeks ago. And when I finished the presentation, I emailed the documents out and asked for any feedback. Do we like this? Do we not? This is a baseline. The branding guidelines are just our first baseline. We need to start somewhere. And so I wanted to get, feedback from everyone. I shouldn't be the one creating everything.
Right.
I should create the baseline, but then we need to get feedback from everyone. And my hope was to get that district feedback and then be able to bring it to you guys.
Okay, so that's the
It's
plan,
ready.
and you're gonna get the feedback?
I have not received any feedback.
So no feedback?
No, and I think maybe it just came to you guys instead.
Okay, so are you gonna get feedback and then bring
I
it
would
to us?
Love to.
Because, I
I
don't
can
wanna
send it
step
out
on
again.
me personally, I don't
No,
wanna step
we
on your
can-
toes and
we
give you
can
the
pull it
offer.
out. No, we
Oh,
can
you have
pull-
it?
Yeah, it's linked.
Oh,
It's
okay,
linked
then
right
I'll
there
be
if y'all
quiet.
want to look at it. No, we can, if y'all would love to see it, I would love to go through it with you and we can get ideas. I didn't think we were ready to get it to you yet. Yeah.
We were just trying to get
Yeah,
some
we were just trying to
feedback
get feedback
of,
from here.
of the multiple things that we're trying to do with branding.
Yeah.
She spent the last 15 minutes or so here explaining all that. That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
We're way behind the 8 ball with that, and so we have to go slow and do it right and do it well and make sure that we're all on the same page, and then ultimately, any changes or anything that we make will come to this board for approval.
Well, once again, my second meeting, and this is the third time that we've said there's no system in place, but we know for a fact there was a system put in place. Could have been 3 years ago, could have been 5 years ago. I had a conversation with Mr. Hoffman after the last meeting. All these things we're discussing, the systems have been put in place.
So I would
We
just
don't know
say
what
that
happened to 'em.
maybe those weren't written down. And I think in this building, I'm one of the most tenured persons at a year and a half. That it makes it really hard to know what the systems were when those weren't passed down. And then we're finding inadequacies in maybe whatever the system was or not at all. And if it wasn't shared, then we would have to unfortunately assume that there was not one in place. So then we're trying to put those in place.
And that was definitely not a critique on
no,
you
no, no,
guys.
yeah.
It was
I
just
just know
frustrating for
it's
us
like-
I was here in a different capacity, but we lived through all those systems that were put in place, and to have somebody say that y'all have to be patient, we're working through these systems, and we're like, those systems were put in place years ago, and it just comes down to accountability of whose job is it to hold people accountable to make sure our systems.
Right, and which it sounds like they're working on now,
Yeah.
getting those in
Yeah.
place.
And we had asked Mr. Hopper, I know the first year Kirby and I was on, we asked for those procedures also, and we still never got them.
But it
So, yes, so, yeah.
Yeah, so another goal though, but another goal to that, because it's a very valid point. That's why with the website especially, I think that will help to say, hey, only in the department I can have say over, and mildly have say over. With the social media audit, it will list, this is the account, this is who's responsible for it at that campus. So we need to, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it'll look, I don't know how I'll format it, but just think of an Excel spreadsheet that says Facebook page name, this, link, this, campus, this, who's responsible for it at this campus, this. Ultimately, I'll be able to answer for all of them. So if they had a question they couldn't get a hold of whoever was at, they would come to me. But it gives them several levels, appropriate levels of who to go through for that. So brand guidelines, this is the first page. So this is probably something that y'all saw. The thought behind this is a district spirit mark, and you'll see where it gets used in a little bit different, in a separate page. So again, trying to visually say, when you see a red background and white swirly letters, you think Coca-Cola. When you see red and yellow and arches, you immediately know visually. You don't have to hear anything. You don't have to see anything. They don't have to put wording on it. You know it's McDonald's. We want to try to do something similar like that for Venus ISD. Now, what that looks like, we all get to decide. This is just a baseline and some thought process behind it. Excellence grows here. We say it a lot. I hashtag it a lot. We have it on shirts. We have it on all kinds of things. Whether you love stars or not, that's about the only visual way. It's one of the main visual ways to say excellence. I've Googled this, AI'd it. What other ways can we say excellence? It comes back to stars, which also aligns with Venus. I know technically our district was not named after the planet, but it still has a planetary connotation, stars. So it all kind of fits in and portrays the excellence. That's the thought process behind this. I think I did about 25 to 30 different types of stars in different positionings on the V, and thinking about how that will go with different fonts going forward. This was one of the better options that worked well with lettering next to it, beside it, under it, things like that. So if you want to go to the next page. This is the brand. This is the page about brand goals, the usage approval, what we want it to be used on, failure to obtain that. It's just the information about what brand management means. Go next. Values, visions, and missions. We just want to include this. Go ahead. We just want to include this on everything because this is what our district stands for. I don't know how long y'all spent coming up with this, but I know it was a lot of work, and I know it was a team effort, so we need to honor that and have it in here so people know what our district is about. Next. Colors. These are the official colors based off of what I was given when I came here. I will go back in and add a RGB color scheme. That's one of the most used color schemes. So when we're talking to vendors and things like that, they will go, well, what's your color scheme? And there's a CMYK, there's a RGB, there's a hex, and so I'll just add that one in. It makes it a little bit easier a little more inclusive for everybody and easier to find. Next. Typography, this has to deal with the fonts. So you want fonts that are easy to read, easy to print, easy, and they'll go across the board and things. You can read them from far away. If we have our LED signs out in front of our campuses, and we put a thin little wired font on it, people are not going to be able to see that until they get right up on it. We need them to be able to see things from far away, and so those fonts need to translate across the board. This is a primary geometric font that I suggest, and then it goes down through if you just want to scroll through the next three. There's also a more contemporary font, which typically lends itself to academia. It'll have the little curls on the end stuff, so that could be a more academic font if you wanted to. We will use it in regular and bold, and then you can see what it is there. If you want to go to the next one, this is our script font. This script font, while it is thin and would not be used everywhere, we always want to have an option for script, and this one across the board is easy to read. Generally, capital letters are the issue with script font, and this one was the easiest to read on most of the capital letters. Next. And then this one is just another good bold font that we can use. It is what was used in the Spirit Mark logo. Photography, this is just some guidelines for people who are taking pictures. How best practices, things to avoid, just to have it in there for people so they can tell. Next. Logo, if you'll scroll down. The reason that our normal logo, which is our bulldog with our V, is not in there is because I have not finished. I have to actually go in and redraw him, which I've done on the bulldog. When we purchased the bulldog, I was able to do that easily, but that V, I'm still working on getting that V done, and so when we get him done, we'll also add him in here to the wherever we want to put him. Like if we decide, hey, that's what we want to do for our district logo, then everything here will be replaced. What I really wanted, so if you can see the suggested Spirit Mark, the bulldog does not encroach on the rest of the words, and then the star also fits in with subsequent lettering. And then the main part of this is to show how we would do it on backgrounds. We need to reverse our color schemes dependent on the background. If we used that VISD that's on the white background, on the blue background, you're going to miss half your lettering, and it's not going to look the same at all. So this is just a color suggestion chart for people to use them. And this, again, just keeps our branding more consistent, keeps our color schemes more consistent, and says, oh, if basketball gets a shirt and they want to put it on yellow, they know this is the color scheme they need to use. If football goes with blue helmets this year, then they know to outline it in white, things like that. And going back to football, Coach and I have talked a little bit. Football can have different logos that they use. Each one of our organizations can have a different logo, so it's not bad to have a different logo or have a logo that says Bulldog Athletics. It's just not going to go in our spirit or in our branding guideline. It could eventually, but we do want our organizations to have a little bit of flexibility in what they use because we want their logo to represent them. Okay, so next page. Again, that's just the Spirit Mark. This would be a district level only thing. You would only see this and this may have been a little preemptive and too soon. This is more like, hey, once we grow and once we have some things going, you'll see district level only things. We're small. This may not be applicable right now, and we can scratch it if that's what's decided. And we can go back to the old Bulldog if everybody's like, yeah, that's what we'd rather do. He's just more of a district level insignia. Probably a little more applicable for bigger districts, but just wanted to set it in there in case. We'll go next. Email signatures, we do want consistency across the board. So again, whatever the logo looks like, we'll throw him in there. And then we'll have, our little excellence grows here in each day. We'll have the appropriate amount of information. But this way, when people see our emails come across, they're consistent. I would ask that we have a lot of people who like to personalize their email signatures and they want to have a quote on there. I don't think that's an issue. I don't want to take personalization away from our teachers because that does say something about them, but it's something that's open and up for discussion. If we decided to, just stick with a professional only, then we could implement this. I would leave that up to someone else. So, business cards. I don't know why it's not in here, but again, the business cards have the same look, and right now people will call me and say, hey, here's my information, put it on a business card, I'll send it to them, and then they can get those ordered. We just, again, want a consistent look across our district. Letterhead, same thing. If you'll just keep scrolling down, that's what it would look like. Dependent on the school, that logo up there will change to say VMS or Venus Middle School, whichever one they choose. I have both ready. I don't have all of them. A lot of logos going right now. So they could have, you know, their district level. So you see the district level insignia, and then it will say like VMS or VES, noting that, hey, this is VES, this signifies VES, but they are also a part of Venus ISD. So that's just kind of visually. Yeah. Yeah, and so this would be, if VMS wanted a copy of this, we would change the logo up there. If they wanted it specific to their school, we change the copy, and that way they would have a PDF, a Canva if they want it, and a Word document so they can use it in any type of format. Go next. Social media, this kind of ties back around into the social media policy, and it tells, you know, hey, our social media policy can be found on our website. Please review policies, guidelines for best practices, and then contact communications if you have any questions. And thank you for helping Venus ISD maintain a consistent brand. Any questions?
Anybody have any questions? No. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
We will go to item number 13. We will go into executive session at 9:01 for 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, and 551.0821. Go to item number 16, consider approval to request a waiver from TEA for the principal as an instructional leader certificate to be issued for the 2024-25 school year.
Make a motion to approve the request a waiver for TEA for the principal as an instructional leader.
We have a motion by Amber. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Kirby. All in favor? 5 in favor, 2 opposed. Anybody opposed? 2 opposed. Item number, motion carries. Item number 17. Consider approval of purchase of Chromebook devices and management licenses. Warren Hudson. I feel like I'm talking very fast.
But what's the rush? Yep. The recommendation for the purchase is a part of our one-to-one program. Each year we have to purchase additional devices to take care of replacing devices that have become worn out. And so this is in line with we're in the middle of a 5-year one-to-one replacement plan. And we found some particularly good deals this year that allowed us to kind of get a little bit ahead in that. And included in this are also 150 devices that are going to be going to Venus Primary School to be able to put those in classrooms so students can work on the mastering technology applications TEKS in their classrooms.
And the amount is for $44,000. Is that the total?
We say that one more time.
The amount.
Yep, we have one purchase at $44,000 and another at $61,000. We're buying a mix of new devices and refurbished devices.
Did anybody have any questions? No? Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, a motion by Joe to approve. Do we have a second by Amber? All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go to item 18, consider approval of matters related to personnel, resignations, employment position, or contract amendments. We didn't have anything. No, we didn't have anything.
We approved the ones that, we just approved as they presented the resignations and hiring. We don't have to approve those?
We don't have to approve, no. Yeah,
authority.
because he has hiring authority right now. So we'll go to item number 19, reports.
Yeah, you have all your reports there attached. Just kind of summarizing where we've been since school's been out. Everybody's just going 100 miles an hour, working very, very hard. In some ways, summer is the busiest time of the year for us planning, for everyone working together, planning for our kids to come back. We are, interestingly, we're maybe, 5 weeks away from when our new teachers come back. We're around 5, and so it is flying by. Every day is just very important. It counts. We've got people going all different directions in trainings, getting updates on just many things across the district. We got all kinds of summer camps going on. It's an exciting summer. It's good to see the kiddos still engaged and coming, whether it's an athletic camp or the library is doing all kinds of things. So everyone is working extremely hard. The time is going to be very quick when our new teachers will be coming back, and we'll be having convocation and moving forwards. And so just appreciate everybody's work. We're going to keep working all the way up until our kids get here and kick off this next school year. Anybody else have anything? Randy?
I think you've all heard it.
Anybody have any questions about any of the reports? No? Okay, we'll go to item number 20, board request for additional items. The next scheduled board meeting is July 15th. I thought we said the 22nd. Oh, okay, July 22nd. I know we had some requests, but do we have anything additional?
Yeah, I'll review. We've got state numbers for star comparison versus our numbers. And then considering other organizations to replace ESS versus in-house.
And then I think org chart.
And then okay.
And
Can we go ahead and get the information for the trailer versus the truck?
yes,
From
the food service, yep.
Services?
And anybody have anything else
Have we already approved the stipend list for the upcoming year? Is that after budget? Or
No,
it should be before
that'll
budget?
be it. Yeah, that'll be at budget. Yes. I mean, when we
Okay,
come,
so
we'll come and
so I
bring
don't
the
need to
budget.
request a review of stipends. That'll happen naturally.
No,
with budget?
we'll do that all internally, and then when we get ready to present the budget to you, then that'll be available.
How about per diem review? To review the per diem, is that a natural part of budgeting, or is that something we need to review as a board? I know the board approves the per diem, but I would like to request a review of faculty and student per diems.
We can bring we'll bring the entire compensation plan for next year too. There's gonna be very minor, minimal changes, but as an annual review and update, we do bring that in August with adoption of the budget. And that's how we did it last year.
Are you good with seeing it then, or did you need it sooner?
Well, it won't take effect till the next budget goes into place anyway if we made changes, but I just wanna make sure we address the student, especially the student per diem, that's, in 2024.
Okay.
And I don't think that's part of the compensation manual, so if we wanna look at student per diem, I'm not sure, we may wanna bring that at a different time or do some review and follow back up on that.
Can I request that information? I mean, is that right to, I mean, if it's gonna be part of the budget, I don't wanna break stride, but it's
I'm happy to discuss the budget anytime.
She's like, yes.
I don't wanna spring that 2 weeks before we do the budget, you're like, oh.
Oh, that.
you would've told me 3 weeks
I think we are gonna try to have a planned budget discussion in July maybe,
Yeah.
anyway, so that would be a great opportunity to discuss that.
Anybody else have any requests? Okay, we'll go to item number 21. We will adjourn at 10:10 p.m.